All right, so we are live on YouTube right now. Fox 10 investigator Justin Lum back with you on day 6 of the Doomsday Murder Trial Special Projects EP. George Obi here as well. Good morning, Jenny. Good morning, Janet from Wisconsin. Good morning to people in Iowa. We got 94 watching, and it's just going to increase as trial begins in about 10 minutes, and we'll put you guys on that 30-minute delay stream. You'll see that soon. Another early day in court. Witness number 17, Detective Inclan, being cross-examined again by Lori Vallow Daybell. You know what I found interesting, and thanks to the people watching, this is like, why didn't I think of this? Lori's cross-examining Inclan and making it seem like she was a victim in all of this, and that it was just normal for her to be calm. And then she's implying that she and Tylee weren't really treated like victims because they were whisked away to Chandler Police to be interviewed, and that Inclan had a gun on her, and she carries a gun as an officer. And did she think of, having that around a minor and how that would feel? But here you have Alex Cox that has a gun in the house, probably at often times. And then what happens in that home obviously would be traumatic for any child or minor that witnessed that, or anyone, adult or minor. And so, like, for her, we see this irony in cross-examination, and it depends on who's testifying.
Well, and clearly Lori has a direction she's going with her questioning. That is kind of part of the defense strategy is to find out if there's some leeway in there for Detective Inclan on how they may have, I don't want to say botched, but they may have done things differently in this case than they would have in others. There was a lot of talk yesterday about, as you mentioned, the way that Tylee was interviewed, even the way Lori was interviewed after the shooting. Detective Inclan made it a point to say, look, we didn't treat you, this wasn't a DFI. We weren't interviewing you as suspects. You were a witness or near a crime, and so you voluntarily, came down to the station to talk to us.
They were never cuffed.
Right.
They were never like detained, like they were being booked or about to be booked. They were literally in the family advocacy room.
Right. Lori never said, no, we're not going to answer your questions, or no, we're not interested. Would that have raised more red flags at that time? Probably. But again, there was no dedicated forensic interview done on either of them. It was voluntarily come down, like you said, in the family advocacy room. We've seen that video. We've seen that interrogation video. They weren't treated as hostile.
Yeah.
They were given.
You can't even call it an interrogation. I mean, maybe Alex, he was brought into like a more, maybe that's the room for detectives to interview, but he was never called a suspect. Even like they got pictures taken of the back of his head. Seemed like officers and everyone in the police department was being very nice and cordial. There was no like pushing around and interrogation saying, you're not telling us everything from what we saw. And that's what has frustrated everyone about how this investigation was handled. Is literally, and now we're here 5 years later.
Well, and we've seen the video of Alex in the room. He sat in that interrogation room what seemed like forever before detectives came in and talked to him. But throughout this whole thing, we observed them treating this like, somebody got shot, somebody died. You have somebody who's saying, yes, I shot him. It was self-defense. So where the breakdown occurred may not have been between Lori and Tylee. It may have been something else. But as they pointed out, as we learned in yesterday's testimony, we learned what the detective observed on the scene when Lori arrived back to the scene. We also learned what the detective was thinking while they were in the van going to and from, more so back to the crime scene. That was kind of where we left off, was what was Lori's demeanor and how was she acting in the van and with Alex and them while police brought them back to the house.
Yeah. And actually, Robert, can we pull up one of these sound bites from yesterday? Let me know if that's bite 13. And let me know when that's ready so people can listen to that. If you have that, Lori's interview with Detective Inclan. Okay, so we're going to get to that in a moment. Just to catch you guys up and warm up. Right now we're kind of getting the stretching in, the warm-ups before trial gets back underway. How long is Lori going to go on her cross-exam? It was very intense yesterday, it seemed, at times, and Inclan kept her cool. But you could tell he's not happy to be questioned by the Doomsday Mom, the convicted killer here. Obviously, the jury doesn't know that. And then meanwhile, we get a few more witnesses, 4 to 5, a handful, and then the state's ready to rest its case.
Well, we learned yesterday that it's possible they could rest their case by Thursday, which would then give the weekend, Easter weekend, for Lori to kind of, navigate, and come up with her plan. Is she going to take the stand in her own defense? Does she have other witnesses that we're unaware of? Will she say nothing and leave it in the hands of the jury next week if we get to that point? Still a lot of unknowns left. But as you mentioned, they are making considerable progress. The state is in their case against her.
All right, let's take a listen to that from yesterday.
And did she tell you that she didn't even like Charles?
Yes.
And that she didn't want to deal with him?
Yes.
And that he traveled to just kind of get away?
Correct.
When you were talking with Lori Vallow, did she tell you that Charles had filed something against her saying she was asking to limit her supervised visitation?
That's correct.
And then he filed something against me and said, I'm only going to get supervised visits because I'm crazy and blah, 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 the story. And so I just didn't talk to him for like 30 days and let him take care of him and let him see what I've been doing.
So I know it got cut off sort of in the end there, she told you that after he filed this paperwork saying she was only going to get supervised visits, that she just didn't talk to him for 30 days.
Correct.
Okay, so there it is, some of that interview that was done on July 11, 2019. And interesting, we were talking about this. Lori Vallow Daybell wanted the whole entire hour-long interview to be played for context. The judge explained why at the end, why you can't do that. The portions are played. So that's what happened there. And we got those portions of direct exam, obviously in cross-examination right now. So once that's done, I have to assume that it could be the lead detective, Nate Duncan, who was very instrumental in gathering the digital evidence and all the text messages regarding Charles Vallow being possessed by a dark spirit, emails from Charles Vallow as well to Tammy Daybell. That could come up at some point. He tried to alert Tammy Daybell about this affair, but maybe they don't go too deep into that Idaho rabbit hole. But Charles was really about to blow the whistle on this whole affair and try to shut it down.
I was surprised that when Nancy Jo was on the stand, there was some talk about that too. We know that at that point Charles already knew.
Yeah.
Right?
How much Chad do we get in this?
Right. And whether those, to me, I think you're right. Those text messages may be the biggest part of all of this. The insurance calls were very interesting to me because you can hear in her voice the second call she made a week after the shooting, when learning that she can't change, that the money's going to Kay, that we've learned how much she was making for, or how much JJ was getting, how much she was making being JJ's mom. But I think when you listen to that second call made to the insurance company, and I believe it was the 18th of July that year, that to me is that resonated really. If I was a juror, that would resonate with me, because here is somebody, despite what happened on the scene, I've mentioned this before, people grieve differently, but a week after the shooting, and you almost sound defeated that you learned you're not going to get the life insurance, you're not going to get the money. Mm-hmm. And again, as a juror, hearing that, I think speaks volumes, in my opinion, speaks volumes about if you're trying to prove potential motive. So now the text messages, I think, reinforce some of that. When we figure out what was said between the two, we kind of left off where they were getting into the idea of, well, where was the phone and why did she have it? Why was his phone in her car?
Why did the detective not ask sooner about the phone?
Yeah. Why did
they had to go back and get the phone? And then obviously there's data, like even if you delete text message and whatnot, like the data's still there. But yeah, there's so many criticisms of how the investigation was handled early on, and now looking back, obviously Chandler Police changed its tune and is arguing and trying to support that this is not self-defense. For Lori, her fact is that it was self-defense. Now, just to be clear, there were 2 phone calls to life insurance. It was 4 days was the first call, 4 days after the shooting, and then a week after the shooting was the second call. Now that Lori had learned she was not the beneficiary for the Banner Life Insurance $1 million policy. I got into a little dispute with somebody on YouTube saying, "Oh, it was 4 days after." There was two separate calls. Trust me, we know,
calls, right.
We're listening. We've been watching this for a long time. There's two calls, and basically within a week, Lori Vallow Daybell is very focused on the money. Maybe she doesn't have to show her emotion to someone with Banner Life. That was her prerogative.
Yeah,
but
fair. Like you won't. Again, I'm picking that up off the tone. The first call, you didn't really notice it as much.
I mean, she said it was an accident.
Yes, right. And
maybe that was her truth, though. Obviously, she's arguing that it's an accident, self-defense. That's what she's arguing.
And she could play that. Look, my brother told me, But we've learned now that she was in the house. She heard the shot. She knows more about the shooting than she's certainly letting on to detectives, at least in the beginning. But then again, you hear the call. As we know, she never reported that she got remarried. Like we So when you hear it again, I'm listening saying that I'm as a juror. This is what I would think. Clearly, I know what's coming.
Definitely.
I kind of know. Yeah.
The call speaks volumes. I mean, our legal panel, our experts have said body camera video, surveillance video, it speaks volumes to the juror. Text messages, the juice, really, that is what is going to stick in their mind. Probably not all like the ballistics details and logistics. Yeah, it's important, but this stuff, the conversations that were had, what we learned last week from friends in the inner circle, from Nancy Jo Hancock, that is the stuff that really plays in their mind again as they sit with this.
Because jurors haven't heard the body camera. They've seen it. It was shown on the screen, but they didn't, there was no audio played, right? They're not going to play the Alex stuff. At some point, they may play Lori speaking to detectives on the scene. I would think that would hold as much weight when they hear it and they see her demeanor. But again, they've seen it. And like you said, the people close to her have already set up that Charles was excited the night before he was shot and killed. Clearly wasn't, as we talked about on the record last night, clearly wasn't, nobody indicated he was roid raging, right? That came up yesterday in testimony, questioning from Lori about the medical, or
testing
to the medical
for
examiner.
HGH,
So we've established who these individuals are at this point. Now we're starting to get into, okay, what were some of the deeper motives in all of this? So we'll see where Lori picks up her questioning today.
Okay, so we're getting ready for court proceedings to begin before the jurors step in for the day 6. But we're not going to leave you like that. We're going to have you guys watch On the Record, episode 8 from last night. Just so you know, this was last night's episode recapping what went down on day 5. Let's watch On the Record. The state is moving at a rapid pace in its case against Lori Vallow Daybell. Nearly 20 witnesses have testified in the Doomsday murder trial. Today, the medical examiner detailed the homicide of Lori's fourth husband, Charles, through his autopsy, showing how the second gunshot fired by Alex Cox finished Charles as he laid flat on his back. A witness with Banner Life Insurance discussing the awkward phone call in which Lori learned she wasn't getting $1 million a week after Charles's death. I'm Justin Lum, and we are On the Record. Day 5 of the Lori Vallow Daybell trial just wrapped up. Fox 10 investigator Justin Lum here with Special Projects EP George Obie. We had 5 witnesses on the stand today. We're not done with the last witness, Cassandra Inclan, number 17, and we're going to get to her testimony in just a moment. But the state is saying they could be done with their case in chief by Thursday, and here we are just last Monday, a week ago, doing opening statements. Are we surprised at this?
I don't know that we're surprised. As we've seen the case go along, we learned obviously a lot by the end of last week how this was going to play out. But clearly the prosecution has a game plan. They're sticking to it. And we're not seeing a lot of cross-examination from Lori.
Not a lot of objections, like you've been saying? So, I mean, usually that would chew up some time. So sidebars. I feel like there haven't been that many sidebars. This has been smooth. It's just like, Trina K's just moving forward every play at a time.
Well, again, you feel like she's on cruise control. She's obviously dealing with someone who isn't familiar with how to defend themselves in a major case like this. So she's, I wouldn't say getting away with certain things, but she's keeping the flow moving. Maybe that'll help the jury.
She doesn't have to go up against a seasoned public defender or criminal defense attorney. And she does make sure to redirect every time Lori does so choose to cross-exam. She's right back up there making sure that things are clarified with the witness. So before Inclan, We had Jeff Moberg with Arizona DPS, really ballistics, firearms expert, very dry technical stuff. Then before that, Robin Smith Scott with Banner Life Insurance, critical, huge, not a long testimony, but we heard the phone call that people have been talking about and that we've been discussing today. Lori Vallow Daybell making sure to call that life insurance company a week after to see if she can collect the $1 million, and she finds out she's not the beneficiary, and she gets real passive aggressive on the phone, and the jury has to be able to hear that, but they don't know about what happens to JJ Vallow.
No, but I think if you're watching this, definitely go back and listen to that phone call. There were two calls that were played. One that was immediately after the shooting, and then, like you said, almost a week later, where she realizes that she wants to collect, not going to be able to collect. You can, if you listen to the call, you listen to the tone of Lori's voice, very telling.
Yeah, and right then and there, she hasn't even done the Social Security benefits appointment yet. She would do that in August 12, 2019, and that brings us to Mark Sari, who's with SSA, and she tries to grill him with cross-examination, asking him if he's very sure about how she applied, and if maybe she had been misled by an SSA employee, and that he doesn't seem to be privy to all this. His job is to investigate fraud and abuse. He began doing that in January 2020, and we were looking for that door to open wide open to go back to why exactly he was investigating. Because, guys, if you don't know, she's convicted of grand theft besides first-degree murder. She continued to collect her children's Social Security benefits. She did not report that they had been deceased. She did not report that she just got married to Chad Daybell on November 5th, 2019. So there was a lot there, but she sort of steered clear from it. But she did try to imply that maybe this is an SSA issue, not her.
Right. Like this, it was their fault, not mine. But again, this interaction was not recorded, right? So where we learned the life insurance call was recorded, the SSA stuff, again, was not. She made it a point to say, none of this was being recorded. So it's really her word, which, as she didn't get into specifics, but she did try and put the blame on them and not her.
And the first witness of the day, we're going to hear from in a little bit, Dr. Derek Bumgarner. For the first time, we get to hear about that autopsy, and Bumgarner talks about Charles Vallow laying flat on his back. They go through a whole direct exam of how he was laying down and shot at with that second gunshot wound entering, and how it goes, through the abdomen, out the left shoulder. It's very, very intense direct examination because you really need to spell it out for the jury of how this worked. And so he seemed nervous at times. I don't know how often he testifies. I would think with the county's medical examiner here, but I mean, he got out all the information he could, and Lori still chose to cross-examine him as well.
He did it, and we noticed this with some of the witnesses who were clearly used to testifying in court. I think the nature of this case, the amount of people that he knows are watching, definitely a little nervous to start the morning off, yeah.
Yeah, so let's take a listen to Dr. Bumgarner talking about Charles Vallow and how he was laying on the ground.
So in this case, were both gunshot wounds front to back?
They were.
Were both gunshot wounds right to left?
Yes.
The gunshot wound to Charles's chest was slightly downward,
Correct.
and the gunshot wound to Charles's abdomen was upward.
Yes.
Doctor, given the trajectory that you observed, that from the gunshot wound to Charles's abdomen that exited his left shoulder, and the fact that the gunshot wound was shored, would that be consistent with the shooter standing somewhere near Mr. Vallow's feet and firing at Charles Vallow as he was laying on the floor?
Yes, that's certainly possible.
Now, I didn't see this coming. In cross-examination, Lori Vallow asks about toxicology report. What do you test for? I think she's been thinking about this for a while. Now, remember, guys, she has laid out this narrative that Charles had this bad relationship with Tylee. He was very angry. He was becoming threatening via text messages and other messages and intimidating. And then this fight happens, and this is self-defense. That's Lori's narrative. She asks if they can test for HGH, testosterone, and even like medication for blood pressure. Like, it's pretty obvious what she's trying to suggest.
Yeah, it is. I mean, if for those familiar with toxicology, only certain things are tested for. You would have to request to go back and test for other substances like this. But she has already laid out the narrative earlier in the trial in her opening statements that Charles was abusive So she's, I guess, implying the correlation between what we would consider roid rage, HGH, right, human growth hormones, with Charles's demeanor and attitude on the day that he was shot.
And it's crazy to think about it like this. Now, is it clever that she did that? I don't know. You guys be the judge. But everyone you talk to about Charles, we talked to Kay Woodcock just last Friday. This guy's a lover, not a fighter. Same guy who wanted to be with Lori, wanted to make sure the family was intact for the sake of JJ. And he was on the fence. So do I get divorced? Do I not get divorced? You know, he was definitely someone that wanted to make it work with his wife. And we find out later through this Inclan testimony that Lori's saying she didn't even like the guy. And we'll get into that in a moment. But to suggest that he was a roid rage victim or whatnot, and that he had been physical, I don't know, does she think that she's casting doubt on the jury? And maybe one juror is like, oh, this guy could have been dangerous if they didn't test for that. And it was so.
As Taylor, his former attorney, divorce attorney, told us during the lunch break, we've already had witnesses humanize Charles. None of them have described him as an angry person or someone who has rage, right? Nobody. When we had Alex on the stand last week,
Adam,
who, you know, described Charles's demeanor the night before he was shot. We had a Nancy Joe who dated Charles the night before.
Yeah.
There was never any mention of him being enraged or, you know, someone who was under the influence of HGH.
Yeah.
Nobody to this point has laid that out. So I would think the jury would be like, that came out of nowhere.
There was no suggestion to say the night before he went to Lori's home to pick up JJ, he was ready to fight.
Right.
He was ready for a fight, or he had said something to Adam to the effect of, it's on, I'm about to go over there and then he didn't even know that Alex was there at the time when he arrived that morning. So, but you see where Lori might be going with that cross-examination. She definitely went for it today. Let's talk about Detective Cassandra Inclan with Chandler PD. We were talking about demeanor, and many people have said Lori seems to be very nonchalant on body camera video, phone calls, obviously, and then the detective interview. That she was very just unemotional and detached from the situation.
We got to set it up again. So Lori was at the house the morning of the shooting. We already know she was in the house, and she heard the shot. So now you have a detective on the stand, new to the scene, describing what Lori was, again, her demeanor at the scene. The detectives are learning this as they go along. They're at the point of when Lori comes back to the home. They're unaware at this point that she was in the home just earlier that morning when the shooting occurred. So what Detective Inclan is describing is her opinion of how Lori was acting. And I think we should clarify that Detective Inclan has been on the force for 25 years. This would not be the first person that she's come across at a homicide scene like
that
this.
Lost their loved one.
Right. So she has experience dealing with people. So I'm sure she's dealt with people who, again, have a range of emotions. Everybody deals with grief differently, but this is her perspective, knowing what, you know, she knows about the crime, and again, kind of picking up on how Lori is feeling or not feeling, I guess, is the case of her testimony.
And we'll get to that cross-exam in a little bit, but let's watch Trina Kay's direct exam of Inclan.
What was her demeanor when you see her in this van?
Pretty much the same as her demeanor before. Not real emotional. She was pretty calm. Didn't seem overly affected.
I think you had used nonchalant previously.
Yeah, it's a good word to describe it.
So how did that notification go down? Were you able to tell her what happened?
So opened the van. I made contact with her. I think at some point I asked her something to the effect if she would step out of the van to talk to me. And at that point she said that she already knew because she was there, which was kind of a surprise. I wasn't necessarily expecting that. And at that point, I confirmed with her that he had died and he was deceased, and quickly kind of conferred with my sergeant away that at this point her and Tylee are now witnesses to the event, and they need to be interviewed, obviously.
And throughout this testimony, we are seeing portions of the interview. It's about a 55-minute interview between Detective Inclan and Lori Vallow Daybell. We know that she interviews Tylee as well, and they're put in this nice family advocacy room. And it just shows that Chandler PD wasn't necessarily showing their cards. If they were suspecting Lori, it didn't seem like that at the time. A lot of people will tell you that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, again, why would you, right? You've already got someone who has claimed to be the shooter. He's already explained, right? We're talking about Alex. He's already said why he shot Charles. I guess if you're a detective, nothing seems out of the norm. You've got two guys in a house. One shoots, kills the other. You know,
it's Arizona. We've seen these stories.
Sure.
Sadly, it happens. Self-defense.
It does happen.
Ending in a shooting.
And I don't know that there would have been anything immediately that would have raised their suspicion, even though we've said that we think that maybe Lori's demeanor would have been a red flag. Again, when you're talking an hour or two after the shooting, I'm not sure that any detective anywhere would have been able to kind of use that as a motive going forward to look at Lori as a suspect.
But now looking back, the 20-minute drive to Chandler PD, the 20-minute drive back to the home, it's very clear to the detective now that Lori was very chatty. She never brought up her husband. She never looked like she was sad. She just looked like it was just another day. And so we've gotten that testimony from her. The jury has seen that that is what she was like, that demeanor. But of course, we knew that this was going to come, that in cross-examination, Lori would question anyone who called her too calm for the situation, as she has called other officers calm and described them with the same demeanor. That's her way out, as she thinks. But I don't think the jury, like, you're the wife.
Yeah.
You're not the detective. That has to be cool.
If you were a juror at this point, would calm be the way to describe Lori in any instance? Would, nonchalant be a way to describe Lori in any? I mean, you could say she brushes things off. You can certainly get that impression just based on, seeing her in court in the last 2 weeks. But you've already seen Lori get a little riled up with some of these witnesses. So it's a polar opposite a little bit, where she may be calm. She may be, not fazed by a lot of things, but she does get a little annoyed and angry. You've seen a little bit of that in court already.
Yeah, you don't know which kind of tone you're going to get in cross-exam. Let's see how she did with Cassandra Inclan.
What was Lori's demeanor in the car with her brother and you and Moffat?
She was unaffected, not emotional. The best description I can give is that she chattered the whole way, basically back to the house. Not upset, almost not happy, but just really unaffected by everything that was going on. It was kind of striking.
Is there any acknowledgement about what had happened?
No.
Basically just talking like it was any other day?
That's a good description, yes.
And you talked about my demeanor, right? Being ordinary. Is that what you said?
Being ordinary?
You said ordinary, non-emotional, nonchalant.
Correct.
What's your definition of nonchalant?
Pretty almost detached, just calm, doesn't really matter, kind of not extraordinary.
Do you have a degree in psychology?
I do not.
Do you know what a person should act like if they're in a stressful situation?
So there isn't one way to act. There's just behavior that is striking.
Striking behavior.
Correct.
At some point, we're going to keep asking this question again until we know the answer. After the state rests this case, they're going to get to 21 witnesses, probably by the end of this week. We're going to see what witnesses Lori calls, if she can call anyone, with the whole subpoena issue. But does she testify? Did she just leave it all out there? Benjamin Taylor, criminal defense attorney, said, why not? Throw it up. Go for it.
Well, it'll be interesting if the state. I think one scenario is if the state does rest their case on Thursday. There's no court on Friday. We know they're gone for the weekend. Does Lori spend the weekend thinking one last time whether taking the stand is in her best interest? Does that 3-day lull there give her time to think, all right, the only witness I have is myself, and is that going to help me or hurt me? That could be her only saving grace, because there is a possibility that the state rests early one morning, say next Monday. Then Lori has to decide immediately, if she hasn't already, do I take the stand?
She can't lie in the stand, but this would be the first time where she can totally, besides opening statements and saying the evidence will show this and that, but she can script the questions for her counsel to ask and try to flip this on its head and just get one juror to fall for her, one juror to believe in her story. That's all it takes is one. And yes, you open yourself up to cross-examination. That's a whole different beast, because Trina K will be licking her chops. But this is a person that we cannot be surprised at anything, and she's not necessarily predictable. So, who knows? It may happen next week.
And a lot can happen between tomorrow and, say, Thursday when the state rests. We still have several other witnesses. My guess is, by and large, they'll all kind of say the same thing about the scene and about the demeanor of Lori. I mean, I guess who knows? I would be shocked if she hasn't already made that decision now. I can't imagine she's going to wait until all these witnesses from the state are brought up to the stand and then decide, all right, is it in my best interest to take my own defense? I mean, I don't know. I think at this point, she hasn't made that decision. She should make it soon. Because, like you said, the questions are going to be very important, and you're going to want to make sure that you have the right questions in there. Otherwise, you're really not helping yourself any, unless the questions are specific. Because, as we said, the best part is going to be the cross-examination.
Yeah, that's what everybody's going to be waiting for. All right, so let's see what Lori Vallow Daybell does, and also a reminder: the judge has told her again, you need to watch your line of questioning, stop testifying through your questions, so maybe just take the stand. We'll see. All right, guys, thank you so much for watching On the Record. We'll see you next time after court.
All right, we're on the record. State of Arizona versus Lori Daybell. It's 10:02 a.m. The attorneys are present. The defendant's present. This is the time set to discuss a few of the motions before we bring in the jury at about 10:15.
Judge, I do have one other thing to raise that goes back to what we dealt with yesterday. Apparently, Ms. Vallow also attempted service on another one of the next of kin in Louisiana, Larry Woodcock. Again, that information, including his address, which she should not have access to, and in violation of victims' rights and the Arizona Constitution, was filed with the clerk's office. So we have multiple people that she's subpoenaing that are not on her 15.2, that she's violating victims' rights for. So I'm going to ask, of course, the court seal that subpoena as well, since it includes his address.
All right, it's ordered sealing any subpoena that was filed relating to Larry Woodcock. Do you have outstanding subpoenas on next of kin or, well, let's start with there. Next of kin?
Let me check, Your Honor. Check on that, Your Honor, but not that we're aware of.
As to the extent that you have subpoenas for next of kin on either of your cases, you need to coordinate the service of those subpoenas through the county attorney's office. They can facilitate in that and getting those people served if they are indeed witnesses that have relevant information in these cases.
And both of those people, Your Honor, Robert Vallow and Larry Woodcock, were not on my list and were not intended to be subpoenaed. So it was an oversight.
So I don't know how OPDS got that information to serve them subpoenas, so someone on your team needs to double check with OPDS that the correct people are being subpoenaed.
And Your Honor, they are signed by the defendant. So
All right.
She is the one who's signing those subpoenas. She is the one acting as counsel. So she is the one asking to send those out.
So how was it an oversight?
I just signed them all, and we got them prepared, and I signed them all, and I did not check them. It's my own fault. But I apologize to the families.
So do you know the names of all the people you subpoenaed, or you just signed a stack of subpoenas?
I did sign the stack, but I thought I was aware of that they were the ones that I had asked to subpoena.
For this trial or for the next one as well?
Just for this one. We haven't done our subpoenas yet for the next trial.
I'll try. And for the next trial, I need you to be more diligent in what you're signing, and if there is a subpoena for someone who is a next of kin or a victim under the Victim's Bill of Rights, the subpoena that needs to be coordinated through county attorney's office, or is there a victim representative attorney? I haven't had one yet.
There is not a victim representative attorney, so it would come through us, Your Honor.
Okay. We sort of addressed the motion in limine yesterday about the questioning of any police personnel regarding the timing of the arrest, why the investigation took as long as it did, who was or wasn't arrested. Again, I'll ask the defendant, if you think those are questions that you need to ask, please ask to take a break first, but otherwise I'm expecting you to not ask those types of questions of any witness. We then have let's take up the Janice Cox and Summer Shiflett video. You've had a chance to review that?
I did.
What's your position on the state's motion?
Your Honor, I obviously think that it should not be precluded, that it is evidence in fact of why that happened on July 11th, that it happened. So if there had been no bat, there would have been no gun. It was a reason why self-defense was even an issue on that day, on July 11th.
Let me make sure I understand the state's position correctly. The state hasn't seen the actual video that these two witnesses have watched.
Correct. It
Right.
apparently
So
was-
absent someone coming in and introducing the actual video into evidence, which could have its own evidentiary issues, but absent that, they can't testify in court about things they saw on a video because it's hearsay. They're testifying to things that they observed outside of court, and there's no verification, no way to cross-examine on that. So my ruling would be that unless some video comes in and someone lays foundation for that video, that no witness would be allowed to discuss what they what they saw, heard, or viewed in that video. All right. Then we have the state's third motion to preclude defendant's witnesses. Let's discuss. I'm going to ask you again, Ms. Daybell, how do you pronounce the first person's name? Vaisa? Vaisia. Has your team or your investigator, anyone been able to locate that person?
I would have to check with my investigator, Your Honor.
What about Gabriel Bonilla?
I know that he has made contact several times with Gabriel. I don't know if he has interviewed him, but I know that he's made contact with him several times.
Do you know if he's been served with a subpoena?
We're looking that up now.
And while you're at it, I'm going to ask about Ashlyn Rind and Barry Cox.
Okay. What does it say? So it looks like that Ashlyn Rind was not served or found, that Gabe Bonilla, OPDS, several times tried to serve that subpoena and it has not been served. And I'm not sure on the Barry Cox.
All right, well, as was indicated by the state yesterday, they may be resting their case in chief sometime Thursday, at the latest Monday. So you're kind of out of time on producing these witnesses for interview. I shouldn't say you're kind of out of time. You are out of time. I don't know that I need to effectively preclude them because you haven't been able to serve them or get them to appear, in which case they wouldn't be called as witnesses. In the event that they are served or surfaced, we'd still need to have a discussion of whether they have any relevant information and whether they should still be precluded because of the late disclosure of what that testimony might be. So unless they're produced to the state for an interview here within the next day or two, they would be effectively precluded. Even if they are produced for an interview, they still could be precluded. Zachary Cox, let's talk about Zachary Cox. Has he been subpoenaed? The state has interviewed that witness apparently, but based on their motion, they don't believe he has any relevant information to offer for this trial. Do you believe he has relevant information to offer?
I do, Your Honor.
And what is that?
He was with my brother, Adam Cox, that day on the 11th and was in communication with Adam and Charles during that day and prior to that day.
What testimony would he offer that would be admissible, that would be relevant to either self-defense or this did or didn't occur?
He would be able to testify about what Adam already testified to, verify it or unverify it,
What specifically?
about what their itinerary was during that day and the day before and the following day.
When did this, well, the state interviewed this witness?
Obviously, I had no idea what he would be called about, so I talked to him for a few minutes.
Did he have any idea what he would be called about?
No,
All
I
right.
think unless the defendant says that he's relevant to impeach Adam in some way, then I don't really understand the relevant. I mean, she just said that he could be testify to verify what Adam said. So she's going to call him to confirm that what Adam said was correct.
Is that he would be confirming what Adam said, or would he be disputing what Adam said? What specifically? Can you give me some more specifics?
From his interview with my investigator, he would be disputing what Adam said.
Well, then I'm not aware of that interview. With my understanding in interviewing the defense Jeff White, is that basically they spoke for a brief time. It got heated.
Who's
and
they?
Jeff White and Zachary Cox. They did not have a full interview, is my understanding. I've not been provided with a recording of that, but in my discussion, my interview of Jeff White as a potential witness, he advised just that that Zach had advised that he had lived with them, meaning Charles and Lori, prior to them moving into this house, prior to them being separated. And that's about the extent of what I understood their interview to be. But maybe Mr. White can provide information as to how he.
Mr. White, do you have any information on, you interviewed Zachary Cox?
Yes.
All right. And did Mr. Cox provide information that would be relevant to this trial to you?
When I spoke to Mr. Cox, he was, in short, he was very belligerent. When we had spoken, I was asking about information about his father and him, as well as with Charles. The information that I did obtain from him did not agree with what his father had told me in the interview through the state.
His father being?
Adam.
Do you know if Zachary Cox has been served a subpoena?
As far as I know, I think that went through OPDS.
All right. I guess we'll see if he actually gets served and shows up at court. He may not, in which case it's not an issue I need to deal with. But if he does show up, we will need to flesh out whether he has relevant information, whether he should be allowed to testify. All right, who's the state going to be calling today?
Your Honor, at the state, obviously, we still have a witness on the stand. And then, as I advised, we'll be calling Ariel Werther. And then we would call Detective Duncan. So
Okay.
we may finish tomorrow, Your Honor.
Okay. My staff just signaled me that we're, oh, the last juror did just show up. Okay, we'll bring the jury in. Let's have that witness come back up. Kind of deferring, but not really. All right, jury's present. Please be seated. Go ahead and resume your cross.
Okay. Detective Inclan, yesterday we were talking about the chain of custody of the phone, so I have a couple questions on that. Yesterday we talked about that Charles' phone went from your hands to the property room, is that correct?
No.
Okay. Where did it,
When I explained to you, it's our computer crimes division, the
Okay.
detectives that do the downloads. Our property room is about a mile away from the police department.
okay. So it went from your hands to the computer crimes division, is that correct?
Correct. We usually take phones directly to them.
And how long was that between the time you left the house and you delivered that phone to them?
It's about 20-minute drive or so, and then just to the PD and upstairs to where their office is.
Okay. And who did you turn that over to at the computer crimes division?
Sergeant Olness was the sergeant of the unit at the time.
And did you use the passcode to access the phone at all?
I did not. I don't do downloads or exams of devices.
Okay. Did you look to see if the threatening text messages from Charles did actually exist?
I did not do an exam of the phone.
Yesterday, we watched the clip of my interview with you, and we discussed the threatening text messages. Is that correct?
Correct. You told me about them.
And you stated that I did not show them to you. Is that correct?
You did not show them to me, no.
And did you ask me to show them to you?
I did not.
Had I been cooperative all that day?
Yes.
Do you think I would have shown them to you if you would have asked me?
Objection, speculation.
Sustained.
Was Tylee also cooperative that day?
I believe so.
Was Alex cooperative that day?
I don't know. I did not have contact with Alex.
At all?
I did not interview him or talk to him, no.
Did I, in fact, inform you during that interview that I would have to show you them to explain them?
I believe so.
But you never asked me to show them to you?
I did not.
Did you ever request that I turn my phone over to you?
I did not.
Did you ever request that Tylee turned her phone over to you?
I did not.
In the course of your investigation, did you ever, in fact, see those threatening messages from Charles to me?
I did not. I did not look at any of the downloads of any of the phones.
Or in the reports or anything?
No.
You never came across those?
I did not review those reports or do any of the downloads of any of the phones.
You didn't review any of Detective Duncan's reports?
No?
None of Detective Moffat's reports?
No.
Okay. Were you aware of the reason why I had two phones at the time?
I was not.
Did you ask me?
No, I wasn't aware you had two phones.
In the course of your investigation, did you ever learn that Charles had stolen my phone, so I had to replace it?
Object to testifying and move to strike.
Sustained.
Your Honor, it's all part of the investigation.
You're an object again.
Sustained its testimony. the form of the question was testimony.
Were you aware that after he gave it back to me that I kept both phones?
I'm going to again object.
Sustained.
Detective, in the course of your investigation, did you learn that Charles had a $2 million life insurance policy on me?
I knew there was a life insurance policy. I don't know the amount.
Did you ever see it in any of the reports, or?
I did not review, and I was not part of that portion of the investigation.
And you never saw that on any kind of Bates numbers?
I'm going to object again to asked and answered.
I'll allow it. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
You didn't see it on any kind of Bates numbers?
No, Bates would be what the county attorney does. That's after me, so I didn't review that portion of the report.
Okay. Yesterday, during your direct, you said that, or during our discussion, you said that we arrived at the Chandler Police Station and that we were taken into the Family Advocacy Center. Is that correct?
Correct.
Is that what it's called?
Yes, the FAC, or Family Advocacy Center.
Okay. And was that just Tylee and myself that were taken to that part of the station?
I believe so, yes.
And so was Alex taken to the regular part of the police station?
He was in a different portion in an interview room in the persons crime section downstairs.
Okay. So we were taken into 3 different rooms, is that correct, when we arrived?
3 different interview rooms, yes.
And we were all 3 interviewed, is that correct?
I believe so, yes.
And you interviewed me, is that correct?
I did.
And you also interviewed Tylee, is that correct?
I did.
And Detective Moffat is the one that interviewed Alex, is that correct?
I believe so.
And these interviews were all video and audio recorded, is that correct?
I believe so.
And did you have a supervisor or superior there at the Chandler Police Station watching these interviews live from a viewing room?
Not a supervisor.
Who was it?
There was a detective in sex crimes that was monitoring the interviews in the Family Advocacy Center. It's kind of standard, particularly the fact that Tylee was alone in the interview room at some point. So she was monitoring both interviews, and I don't know if there was anybody monitoring Detective Moffat's interview, because I was not a part of that.
Okay. And what was her name? Detective what?
Ashley Nolan.
And then you said that you had, so you didn't go in and monitor during the interview with Detective Moffat and Alex? You didn't watch that one?
No, it was going on at the same time. I couldn't interview you and Tylee and monitor at the same time.
And then that means that Detective Duncan wasn't monitoring yours either at the same time, correct?
I don't know what Detective Duncan was doing.
I meant Detective Moffat, I'm sorry.
Oh, I don't know. I believe he was talking to Alex, but
But he could have been monitoring yours and then talked to Alex after that, is that correct?
Objection, speculation.
Sustained.
Were there other people in this monitoring room that you know of?
I believe Detective Nolan was monitoring from her desk as the sex crimes detectives work within the Family Advocacy Center. They're in the same portion of the building.
Okay. So they can just monitor from their desk?
Correct.
They're not in like a separate room, is what you're saying?
No, there's a monitoring room upstairs in the dedicated suspect interview rooms, but none of those rooms were used in these 3 interviews that you're talking about.
Okay. And after these interviews were complete, who decided to send us home?
Well, I decided to drive you guys back to the house.
And who gave you authorization to release us, I guess?
Me?
You didn't have to talk to a superior for that?
No.
And what about Alex? Who released him?
That would be Detective Moffat was involved with his interview. I was not.
So did you and Detective Moffat have a discussion on what to do next after our interviews were complete?
Briefly, that we were done with the interviews and that at this point, whether or not to get you back to the house and how we were going to facilitate that.
Okay, but it was decided at that time that we would be brought back together and taken in the van back to the house and dropped off?
It was the easiest way to get the three of you back at the same time.
Are you aware of the press release that was issued by Chandler Police Department later that day?
I am not.
You never read it?
I don't.
You never heard about it in the course of your investigation?
The press release?
Yeah.
No.
You never discussed it with any of the other detectives?
I would have checked. She's asked and answered.
Sustain.
Would the case agent have to be the one who would authorize that at the time?
It depends. As a case agent, we would like to have input or influence on what a press release is or states, but occasionally they're published by our PIO, our Press Information Officer.
So do you know if Detective Moffat was the case agent at the time, is that correct?
He was.
And so do you know if he talked to the PIO and put that out, or if he didn't know?
Objection, speculation.
Sustain.
Do you know if the PIO agent just put it out?
Objection, she doesn't know about this.
Do you know?
I have no idea.
Right.
Detective Inclan, yesterday the prosecutor asked you several times, why didn't Lori just give the phone back? Is that correct?
That's correct.
Did you learn in your investigation that the entire altercation only lasted a few minutes?
That'd be a fair assessment.
Because we discussed that in our interview, is that correct?
We did.
So from the time Tyler came out with the bat and I ran outside is maybe less than 2 minutes. We discussed that, is that correct?
We discussed that it probably happened in a short amount of time. I don't think we gave a specific time amount to what happened, but that it happened in a relatively short amount of time.
We didn't say that was like 1 to 2 minutes, like,
That was our discussion, yes.
yeah, that was our discussion. Okay. So we would not have been arguing for a very long time, is that correct?
I think it's relative as to how long you've been arguing or how long the altercation took.
Detective, in the course of your investigation, did you learn that JJ was outside in the car?
I did.
Did you learn that the car was still running?
I don't know.
Did you learn that JJ was in fact in the front seat?
I know that you had articulated he was put into the car, but I don't remember if you specifically said the front seat, but he was in the car.
Did you learn in the course of your investigation that JJ had autism?
Yes, you told me about that.
Did you verify that at his school?
I did speak with his school, yes.
When did you speak with the school?
During the course of the investigation, I had contact with the school in reference to when he attended, and generally kind of the services the school provides.
Do you remember who you spoke to at the school at all?
The director of the school, and then subsequently, there were a couple teachers that provided some information.
And how long after July 11th was that first communication with the school?
It was just several months later.
But during the course of this investigation, the Chandler Police Department did verify, I guess, that next day that that was, in fact, his school and he did attend there. Is that correct?
I believe so.
During this investigation, did you verify that we did, in fact, go through Burger King?
I did not, but it was verified.
Were you aware of what we ordered at Burger King?
You told me it was chicken fries and Sprite.
Had you seen, you hadn't seen that receipt?
I had not.
Okay. I guess that was, in fact, in the portion of one of the interviews that we watched yesterday. Is that correct?
Correct. You told me that in the interview.
So were you aware that we also ordered 2 bottles of water?
I was not aware, no.
And in your experience with people in stressful situations, when adrenaline kicks in, does it make you incredibly thirsty?
I don't object to speculation or knowledge.
If she knows, she can answer.
It can.
And when you're in fight or flight mode, does your adrenaline kick in your experience?
I'm going to object here to knowledge and foundation as to her knowledge of this.
I'll sustain the objection.
Did you offer Tylee and I apple juice at the Chandler Police Station?
I think I offered you something to drink and what we typically would have there.
Did you offer that for the purpose that adrenaline makes you thirsty?
No, I usually do it to people I interview if they'd like something to drink while they're there.
Detective Inclan, have you ever seen me not calm?
I would object to maybe foundation as to when.
All right, sustain, lay more foundation on when she has, what occasions she has had to observe you.
Well, yesterday, you spoke often of my calm demeanor, my nonchalantness. Is that correct?
Correct.
So has there ever been an occasion when you have seen me when I was not calm?
Again, foundation as to when she has seen her on July 11th.
Please clarify the time frame you're referring to where she had an opportunity to observe you.
Any other time, Your Honor?
For example, how many hours on July?
Can we have a sidebar? Can I ask you a question?
Okay, first sidebar of the day. Lori Vallow Daybell still in cross-examination. And how about Judge Boreski here? I know people are going to have issue with this. I'm not saying he's trying to help, but he's showing an example of how to lay foundation because of the questioning. And Lori's asking, have you never not seen me calm? And Trina's objecting here. And now we're in a little bit of a pickle.
Well, and I wonder, is he doing too much? Is he setting the wrong tone for the next trial? Would he do this for other defendants, whether they were representing themselves or not? And then where is the paralegal in all of this? How much coaching and are they not doing a good enough job? I understand. Look, being a lawyer is tough, and this is why not everybody does it. But I am wondering, and maybe we can ask the panel at lunch how they think he's handling this, and whether or not this is actually hurting her or making the case, the next trial, more challenging. Because I don't know that many judges would do it in this manner.
We totally agree. He's patient, but and I can see him telling a a lawyer or any attorney, okay, more foundation, please. That's fine. But giving her an example of how to set up the line of questioning, the time frame of when Inclan has been around Lori Vallow Daybell, and obviously it was only July 11, 2019, and yesterday's testimony talking about her, quote, nonchalantness. So she wants to know, have you ever seen, basically, you've only seen me like this. And she's already asked her, do you have a degree in psychology? So she's trying to poke holes in, like, basically, how dare you tell me how I act?
Right, and play down this idea, and trying to damper this demeanor line of questioning. Any defense attorney would do the same thing, maybe, a little more direct. But I wonder if how the juries, how they're perceiving this, even how they're perceiving Judge Boreski and how he's kind of coaching Lori. I don't know how that may or may not affect their judgment.
And that's what it sounds like. It sounds like coaching.
Yeah.
If he wouldn't have given the example, I would say, okay, he's just basically making it clear what he needs from her to keep going with this question, or else an objection would be sustained. But anyways, right now the headsets are on. Lori Vallow Daybell's with her counsel, and I assume that they're going over how she's going to finish off this question with Cassandra Inclan. I mean, she's talking about adrenaline. And how adrenaline makes you thirsty, and if she was offered anything to drink, like, sometimes I just don't know where she's going.
Right.
Actually, a lot of times, and I think that's fair to say that we don't. Where are you going with this?
It takes her a while to
thing?
get there, right?
Yeah.
Like, she eventually gets to her point, but some of the questions she's, I guess you could say, giving them the answer, and they're just answering. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Yes. Is that correct? Yes.
Inclan's ready to get off the stand, man.
Yeah.
She's drinking her water, and she's been on this since yesterday. And then obviously what's important is the redirect after this, because Lori has done this lengthy cross-examination, so Trina is going to have to basically right the ship for her case, for her argument to the jury, because as she wants to present that this is not a self-defense case, and that Lori Vallow Daybell was treated very well by Chandler police, to be honest, coming off what the circumstances were and the whole incident with the phone. There's a lot at this time. It's easy to play armchair QB in hindsight, but there's a lot that Cassandra just didn't know at the time. She didn't know that Lori had Charles's phone, and I don't think that she's just going to ask, hey, so do you have that phone? Like, what's coming to mind at that moment is the actual questioning of what happened between her and Charles.
Continue with your
All right, cross continues.
Detective Inclan, did you discover in your investigation that I had run outside without shoes?
Yes, kind of.
And did you learn in that investigation that we had stopped at Walgreens and I did purchase 2 pairs of flip-flops?
Yeah, you told me that.
I mean, and that was verified later?
It was by a different detective.
Okay. You didn't verify that at Walgreens or at Burger King, is that correct?
I did not. That was a different detective.
Okay. And as part of your investigation, did you view the video of me going into the Walgreens to purchase the flip-flops?
I did not.
Okay. And how hot was it that day on July 11th, 2019?
Warm.
Like in the hundreds?
July in Arizona. I'd say it was probably warm.
Would it have been difficult to walk JJ to his class on the cement with no shoes on, do you think?
Objection, relevance, speculation.
Sustained. I think the jury can draw their own conclusions about the temperature in Arizona in mid-July.
Detective, did you learn in your investigation that after taking JJ to his classroom that Tylee and I headed straight back to the house?
I believe so.
And that we met with police? Is that correct?
Correct. You
As soon as we
contacted
drove up, first contact was with,
Officer Krautheim.
yes, Krautheim. Okay, thank you. Detective, is it your understanding that we fully cooperated with the police?
You were cooperative with interviews with me.
That we did as we were instructed?
You, with me in your interview, you were cooperative.
And Tylee was cooperative with you as well, correct?
I believe so.
And that you had said yesterday that we were voluntarily interviewed by the police, is that correct?
Correct. You were not in custody.
Did we know that?
I believe so.
When we were placed in those interview rooms, did we know that we could just walk out and leave any time? Was that explained to us, is my question.
You can ask that.
Can you say it again?
Was it explained to us at any time that we could just walk out of those interview rooms and leave if we had wanted to?
No.
Did I in fact ask you at one point if I could go to the ladies' room?
I believe so.
Detective, did we answer all the questions asked to us by the police that day?
By me, yes, I believe so.
And we were dropped off at home by the police, is that correct?
Correct. I drove you back to the house.
And we were given no further instructions, is that correct?
Just that we would be in touch with you at the conclusion of the search warrant.
Is it also correct that we voluntarily handed over Charles' phone to you when you asked for it?
Yes.
Did we delay in that or just do it immediately?
No, you gave it to me when I asked.
Was there any time, Detective, on July 11th, 2019, that we did not comply or cooperate fully with the police in their investigation?
In my interaction with you, you were cooperative.
Thank you. That's all I have, Your Honor.
Redirect.
I'm going to start with when you first arrived on scene. You were asked a lot yesterday when you first noticed the defendant. Were you standing there at the house just waiting and watching to see what cars would arrive?
No.
So when you first noticed the defendant you just happened to glance over and see another officer speaking with her?
Correct.
You were asked a lot about her demeanor that day, both when you first interacted with her, taking her over to the van, correct?
Correct.
Did Lori Vallow's behavior stand out to you?
It did.
Why?
So based on what was going on, that we had a homicide, her husband had been shot and killed, her brother was the one who shot and killed her husband, it was inside her home, her children were at least partially present to this event, her demeanor seemed odd given what was going on at the house that day.
So throughout this time, you're just noting her demeanor, right?
Correct.
You were asked about whether or not you were calm at the scene. Do you recall being asked that on cross?
I believe so.
Had you just seen your husband get shot
No.
inside your own home
No.
by your brother?
No.
You were asked if the other officers at the scene were calm. You recall being asked that?
I do.
Were you aware of any of them having just seen their significant others being shot
No.
by a family member
No.
inside their own home
No.
with their children present?
No.
So would it be difficult to compare the demeanor of the officers and yourself with that of, say, Alex or Tylee or the defendant?
It would be difficult comparison.
Not the same situation.
No.
You were asked a lot about Tylee's demeanor as well. Did you ever see her appearing to be panicked,
No.
overwhelmed with emotions?
No.
Was there anything about her demeanor or your interactions with her that made you feel she needed any type of medical treatment or medication or anything?
No.
The death notification that you attempted to make, I'll say. So to understand this, we're both Lori Vallow and Tylee inside the van.
They were inside the CR 288 van.
Okay. Can you describe for us what this van looks like? Is it like a minivan? What is it?
No, it's a larger, like 10 or 12 passenger vans, big, full size. So the doors open from the side to get into, I think there's like 3 rows of seating. And they use the van to bring services out, but also to transport people, and they have car seats and things like that.
Okay. So when you went up to the van, you opened the door?
Correct, the side door to open to get into the rear portion of the van.
And you are with your sergeant at the time?
Correct.
And you asked if Lori would come out with you?
I was trying to get her to come out of the van to talk to her outside of Tylee's presence.
Why did you want to do that?
I felt it was more appropriate if I was about to tell somebody that a family member died to deliver it to her. And then typically what we'll try to do is kind of formulate a plan as to how we're going to tell children as to what happened.
But before that, did Lori Vallow tell you something?
She did.
What did she tell you?
She said that she already knew because she was there.
And this was not what you were expecting to hear.
It was not.
You were expecting that she had no idea.
Correct.
That she rolled back up to this house and sees her brother out there but doesn't know what's going on.
Correct.
After you learned that she was there, did you now feel like you wanted to ask her what happened?
Correct. We wanted to, at that point, transition to not just like a death notification and contacting her, but now we're potentially looking at doing witness interviews.
Did you advise her that you wanted to take her to the station to interview her?
I did.
Did you advise her you wanted to interview her daughter?
I did.
And did you, in fact, ask her to come with you in a different vehicle?
I did.
Did she agree to do that?
She did.
Now, how old was Tylee?
16 or 17?
And she was put in a separate room than her mom. Why?
So when you're going to do witness interviews or any interviews, you want to do the interviews separately. You don't want to interview people together. Obviously, even best case scenario, there's going to be some influence. So you want a good recount or statement from somebody that's their own statement. It's what they saw, heard, felt, not influenced by anybody else in the room or participating in like a group interview.
Were you aware when you were conducting this interview with Lori and with Tylee of the amount of time that had occurred from when she had left the house to when 911 was called to when she was eventually interviewed?
Generally, not specific, but I knew the general time.
Initially at the scene, was there a misunderstanding? Well, let me ask you. When you arrived at the scene that morning, did you understand that when the 911 call came in is when the shooting occurred?
I think that was believed or assumed at the time we got to the scene.
Okay. And was that still your mindset when you were interviewing initially Lori Vallow?
Correct.
So when you started to interview her, you assumed that when that 911 call came in, the shooting had occurred just prior to that.
Correct.
When you were driving Lori back to the police station to FAC for interviews, you again told us about her demeanor. Did that again stick out to you as unusual?
It did.
Why was that?
Again, this incident has unfolded, and we're driving, and she's just kind of chattering in the car. And given what was going on in the situation and how she was acting, it was just odd to me.
You were asked about, just on cross, whether or not you gave the defendant a specific time when she could come back to the house. Do you recall that?
I believe so.
Did you have any concept of when Detective Coons or Duncan would be finished executing that search warrant on the house?
No, and that's not an assumption we would do.
So you don't have, they don't tell you a timeline like, hey, detective, we'll be done by 3 so they can come in.
No, because in processing a scene, you just don't know. So you wouldn't want to give that kind of time constraint when processing a scene. You're going to go through and very slowly and methodically collect and photograph and process. You're not going to limit a time. We typically try to give them an idea, maybe most of the night, several hours, but I wouldn't tell them a specific time to come back.
And your interactions with Lori, you hadn't even been in the house yet, right?
I had not.
So you have no concept of what the scene's going to be like.
Correct.
Or how long that might take.
Correct.
When you were interviewing the defendant, is it normal for you to offer drinks to people when they're being interviewed?
Absolutely.
Normal for you to allow them to use the restroom?
Yes,
And you did that here just like you normally would?
I did.
Nothing different or unusual in that?
No.
Detective, when you were interviewing the defendant on July 11th, did the defendant tell you that she and Charles argued about the phone prior to Tylee ever becoming involved?
Correct.
Did she tell you that she had initially obtained Charles's phone, and when he asked for it back, she said no?
Correct.
This is before Tylee's there.
That's right.
Does she tell you that she then, in fact, confronts Charles about who he's texting?
Correct.
And that's again before Charles is out there,
Before Tylee was there.
before Tylee is there. And she advised you that she still wouldn't give him back his phone, even though he demanded it then.
Correct.
Did she tell you that she was walking away with Charles's phone prior to Tylee coming out while he is still demanding his phone back?
Correct.
So there were multiple occasions that she told you about prior to any bat or gun being involved that she could have just handed the phone back over.
That's correct.
And she did not.
That's correct.
In terms of your interview with the defendant, did you understand all the facts of the case when you interviewed the defendant?
No.
You told us you didn't understand the timeline yet in terms of when the shooting occurred versus when the 911 call occurred, right?
Correct.
So you were unaware of that 47-minute lapse in time.
Correct.
If you had known that, would you have asked about that?
I would have asked about that, yes.
When you were interviewing the defendant. You were unaware that she had Charles's phone, correct?
Correct.
If you had known that, would you have asked about that?
I would have asked about that, yes.
When the defendant was talking to you, at one point she told you that she knew her brother was texting with, or that Charles was texting with her brother Adam. Do you recall that?
Yes, she told me that.
Understanding now that she had Charles's phone, would you have asked her how she learned about that?
I would have asked her about that, yes.
So when you're doing an interview with her at 9 or 10 in the morning, you didn't know that she'd had time to look into Charles's phone?
Correct.
You learned later that she had the password to get into his phone, right?
Correct.
So when she's telling you things, you're unaware that she has already potentially had the ability to access those.
That's true.
And what she's telling you in her interview contained information about the interaction between her brother Adam and Charles.
Right.
When you interviewed the defendant, were you aware of the days leading up to this, the interaction between Lori Vallow and her brother Alex?
I was not.
You weren't privy to things like iCloud accounts before you interviewed her?
No.
You weren't privy to downloaded cell phones before you interviewed her?
I was not.
You hadn't even been inside the house before you interviewed her.
Correct.
If you had been privy to all of the information in this case, would you have interviewed her differently?
I would have.
Would you have questioned her more?
Yes.
Would you have followed up more?
Yes.
Would you have asked for her phone then?
Yes.
When you interviewed Lori Vallow, at that time, were you just going off of what she said because you didn't know the rest of the facts
Correct. It was an initial interview.
to see what she had to tell you?
Correct.
But you had nothing to do to be able to verify or validate anything she told you?
Correct.
I have no other questions, Your Honor.
All right, I see we have a few jury questions. I think we're going to have the parties approach for those who are having difficulty with our headsets. the jury. Was the rent-a-car vehicle ever searched?
I do not believe so, but I'm not certain.
All right. Question form number 12. If the defendant and her daughter were interviewed as witnesses, why were they left with a victim advocate? In other words, were they considered victims or witnesses?
So our victim services section, I introduced Lori to them specifically because there are civilian employees that work within our police department that can help families with death investigations for the issues that come up afterwards and kind of navigating that process. So although they might not be classified under like state law as victims, our victim services section will often help our families with like specific crisis type events and navigating that process. So we use them quite a bit in our death investigations.
All right, on question form number 13, did Lori express concerns about police talking with Tylee at the time of the interview?
She did not.
Does law enforcement have to advise interviewees they are being audio and or video recorded?
They do not. There is no expectation of privacy within a police station.
All right, are there any further juror questions at this time? Not seeing any. Would the defendant like to follow up on those juror questions?
No, Your Honor.
State?
Just briefly, with regards to introducing Lori and Tylee to your victim services, were you trying to provide whatever services might be necessary due to the fact that her husband had been killed?
Correct.
And what you assumed at that point was Tylee's dad or stepdad had been killed?
Correct.
And again, this is all prior to you learning more about this case?
Correct.
No other questions, Your Honor.
All right, you can step down. The state can call its next witness.
Thank you. State calls Detective Ariel Werther. I may need to get some, there'll be a PowerPoint that he's going to do.
All right, sir, come on up. You're going to stand right here and be sworn in.
Can you spell your name, Werther?
Ariel, A-R-I-E-L, Werther, W-E-R-T-H-A-R.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you.
All right, have a seat up here to my left.
One second. I'm gonna be able to get into Wi-Fi.
I do need to give the court reporter a break soon. Should we just do that now?
This might be a good time, Rounder, just so I can get this set up and hooked
All right,
to.
why don't we have the jury go to the jury room for a short break? Please
All
remember.
right for the jury.
All right, so right now the jury is getting a little bit of a 15-minute stretch break this morning, and we are getting ready for Ariel Werther, witness number 18 in this case. But we're going to hear about those juror questions that were asked about Inclan's testimony.
We did a sidebar this morning at 10:42 a.m. At that sidebar, the defendant indicated she wanted to question the witness further regarding how many times the witness had observed her and her demeanor, which would necessitate the witness talking about observing her here in this trial, observing her on July 11th of 2019, as well as the trial in Idaho, and possible viewing of interviews or social media posts. I advised the defendant that this is probably not a door she wants to open because the setting of those interviews would be relevant. For example, someone appearing in court intuitively might behave better than someone who's not appearing in court or in a trial. And the defendant said she would move on from that area. Is that an accurate recitation of the sidebar from the state's perspective?
Yes, Your Honor.
From the defendant's perspective?
Yes, Your Honor, that's fine.
All right, and then we did another sidebar regarding jury questions at 11:01 a.m. The first question, juror question number 10, as a detective, does your subconscious mind use a witness demeanor as any type of evidence? The parties agreed with me that that's probably not an appropriate question to ask, so it was not asked. Juror form question number 11 was asked. That was the question as to whether the rental car was ever searched. Juror question 12 was also asked by agreement of the parties. And this was the question if the defendant and her daughter were interviewed as witnesses, and the explanation between being interviewed or considered a victim versus a witness, which the witness answered. Question form 13 had 4 questions on it. The first question was not asked. Did Lori ever ask for an attorney during interviews of her and Ty Lee? The second question, did Lori express concerns about police talking with Tylee at the time of the interview? Neither side objected to that question, so it was asked. Question number 3 on Form 13, do police need parental consent to speak with a minor even if being treated as a witness, which the answer really is it depends, but it calls for a legal conclusion too for that witness. The state objected to it. The defendant did not. I didn't think it would be helpful with the jury in deciding any issue that's at fact in this case, so it was not asked. And then the fourth question on that form number 13, does law enforcement have to advise interviewees they are being audio and video recorded? Neither side objected to that, and that question was asked. Is that an accurate representation of the sidebar we had at 11:01
Yes, Your Honor.
from the defense perspective?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so let's give the court reporter a break. We'll resume soon, probably about 10 minutes, 15 minutes, and then we'll push through to noon or maybe a few minutes after, depending on where we're at. Do you have everything set up now?
I would like to just try
Okay.
this to make sure it's working.
All right, we'll be at recess on a break for about 10 to 15 minutes.
Yep.
The pace moving quickly in court on day 6 of the Lori Vallow Daybell trial. This was about 11:18 in real time. And so taking that 15-minute break and then getting to Ariel Werther, detective for the Chandler Police Homicide Unit, is the 18th witness already. It looks like the state can get to all 21 witnesses by tomorrow. We expect to hear from the former lead on this case, Detective Nathan Moffitt, and at some point, Detective Nathan Duncan, who is now the lead, the case agent on this homicide. So Trina Kay, quite a day for her, taking charge once again and pushing all this evidence, even though Lori had quite a lengthy cross-examination.
Yeah, if you listen to Lori's cross, some of it was redundant from yesterday.
Repetitive.
Yeah, even the redirect, redundant in a way from the state's perspective. I think you mentioned this earlier. It's kind of hammering home what they tried to hammer yesterday with, again, Lori's demeanor, questions about, as the jury asked, are you supposed to tell witnesses of a crime, that they can leave at any point? Are you supposed to? Is Lori supposed to express any concern about having Tylee interviewed, separately? All great questions, easily answered. How that affects the case, the investigation, and/or the jury's, ultimate decision. But we've said this since yesterday that we're now in the meat of this case. This is the crux of what they're trying to prove. Not only demeanor and how Lori acted the day of the shooting, but now we're going to get into the timelines, and this I think will be important. The jury can keep notes. We've talked about that before. I think this is where those notes become very important because you're going to get a lot of numbers. You're going to get times.
Timestamps.
Right. You're going to learn the timing of the shooting, the 911 call, when they went to Burger King, all that stuff. This is all going to be important. And the state feels it's important for the jury to understand why some of this just doesn't match up. And
really the 911 call being the focus and why it took so long.
Right.
And how that looks suspicious because, as we'll find out and touch on, is the trip to Burger King, the trip to Walgreens, and Lori has Charles's phone. That's also basically GPS.
Right.
So all these timestamps, we're not just talking about a timeline of months in 2019. We're talking about timeline of this day. And
yes.
what didn't make sense to police after further investigation. And the jurors did have good questions. Some of these questions are not asked. The court decides whether objected to or not what questions will be asked. So one of them being, did police need parental consent in talking to a minor? So basically that depends whether or not Tylee was determined to be a witness in this case. And we know that she's obviously was looked at as such, but she was in the Family Advocacy Center. So judge says that calls for legal conclusion. What else was talked about?
Well, they talked about, we've used this a lot, but Do they have to be informed that they're being recorded?
Yeah.
And by law, there's no expectation
stood
of
out.
privacy at a police station. We know that from
Yeah.
some of the stuff we've covered. So I think, if people didn't already know that, you step inside a police station, there's cameras everywhere. I think most people know that. So there's, again, you should
Is
assume.
Lori that naive
Well,
to ask that and say you're not supposed to tell me? I mean, Lori had been in Gilbert PD January 31st, 2019. She was caught on body camera footage.
She didn't ask
as well.
that either, by the way. Are you supposed to tell me that your body camera is recording me at the shooting scene? No, because again, you're on a public street.
Yeah.
And the officers wear body cameras. If you didn't
She has
see
to
the
know that body cameras are used.
Right.
But she did ask if some of the detectives had body cameras, and some detectives, it's really mainly for officers.
They only got them, I think detectives only got them maybe a year ago. So it's pretty recent for them. Officers there in Chandler have had them for a while, but detectives, they didn't have them up until recently.
Yeah, so this notion of having to be notified that she's being recorded, like you said, you step into that room.
Yeah.
And you need to know that what you say it could be used against you, and you can't ask for your attorney. You could say nothing.
Right. It's being recorded. Whether it's admissible in court or all that'll be determined later on. But
And here we are.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right. You just need to know that. Is this optics? Is this something she wants the jury to hear? Fine. The jury is obviously, again, one of the juror questions was related to that. And I've said this before. This is why this case is so unique, because they have so much on record. I mean, on video, body camera video, interrogation video. There's just so much just in this case, let alone the whole saga.
She's trying to play the good civilian. She's trying to present that she cooperated. And Inclan says, yes, you cooperated with the interview. Yes, Tylee cooperated with the interview. And so that's what she's trying to show, is that to the jury's like, this may look like a conspiracy to you right now, but at the time I followed all the rules and I, went to the police department. I spoke to them.
Up until this
did
point,
everything.
she's not hiding anything. Again, to this the whole timeline narrative that's being presented in court. Now they'll get into some of the stuff maybe she was hiding. Right? They're gonna set this up with the witnesses that we expect to take the stand in the next day or two.
Yeah, I mean, when you just get to the text messages,
Mm-hmm.
the timeline is important. Like Ariel Werther, I think the Burger King drive-through video is always jarring. It's always just like, wow, so she was just calmly going through the drive-through, getting food for JJ, and then takes JJ to school. She went to Walgreens, and she says she had no shoes, that they ran out of the house, which is not a bad point to say, ran out, adrenaline, fight or flight. We ran out, we needed something to put on our feet. And so we went there. But you didn't call 911. And that is just going to be the question looming for the jurors, is that, did you just assume or tell your brother in the house, which we haven't heard that too. And I don't know. This is just a deep rabbit hole. What Alex says and what Alex's statements are obviously hearsay. But did you tell your brother to call 911? I got to go take JJ to school. You handle it. But he still waited 45 minutes. But that's on Alex.
Yeah, and they're sowing this seed that she may not have given them any sort of major red flags in the hours after the shooting, but the interpretation from the state's perspective is going to be, just wait, because some of the things she does afterwards will start to raise some red flags. Whether it's little things like not calling his sons to tell them that their dad had been shot, whether it's little things like that, which we've heard in there, like,
from the K testimony.
Right. And I think while Detective Inclan, again, you can read into her testimony any way you want. But I think off the record, they would tell you that there were things that they maybe should have asked that didn't ask. We picked up on a few things, not reading certain reports, not following up with stuff. I guess hindsight.
Lori's trying to use in her cross-examination is like trying to show that Inclan did not review Duncan's reports regarding anything digitally related. But we understand, I think people watching to understand, that all of the detectives, all of these officers have their own roles and their own assignments. And then there's somebody like at the hierarchy at the top that puts it all together. And you have all these supplemental reports. And then we get a records request back and we see these different perspectives of these officers and detectives that are looking through all of this evidence. So just because Inclan didn't go through all of it doesn't mean that, they didn't suspect something. But it's all about when they started tying it together, because in November, that's when Kay Woodcock is asking questions about JJ and where is he at, his welfare. This is after Brandon Boudreaux had been shot at. If Brandon Boudreaux doesn't survive, this could be a different story, because when Brandon Boudreaux survives that drive-by shooting, and police have said they believe it's Alex Cox in Gilbert, he goes to authorities and says, you need to know about my family.
Right.
And you need to also know, and this is weeks later, when Tammy dies, he brings that to the attention of Gilbert PD. Like, this woman, Tammy Daybell, is married to Chad Daybell. And Chad Daybell has been having this thing with my former aunt-in-law.
Yeah.
Yeah, my former aunt-in-law, who's a big influence on my ex-wife. That all comes together. And so by December 6, 2019, Chandler PD serves a search warrant at JJ's school to get his records, because then now they're like, oh, okay, this kid has not been heard from. So it took months. So obviously, everyone likes to look at the hindsight, and that Chandler PD could have done more in the beginning, but Inclan testifies to it in redirect that there's just so many things. She assumed that Lori didn't know that Charles was dead initially, until finally Lori tells her, I know I was there. Calmly.
I know what you're going to say. Yeah.
Yes, exactly. Still not bringing up red flags, though. Hence why you're in a family advocacy room getting offered a drink, and then you get driven home. Like, there's not enough probable cause there at the time to make an arrest or do anything.
And we hear detectives sometimes say, you go with your gut. You don't know what their gut's telling them.
Please be seated.
Have they dealt with cases like this? But it looks like now we're getting back and
go ahead.
Detective
Thank you.
Dixon's
Would you
back
please
on the
introduce yourself to
Here
the
we go.
jury?
Hello, my name is Ariel Werther, and I work for the Chandler Police Department as a detective.
How long have you worked for the Chandler Police Department?
I've worked for Chandler Police Department since 2008. I did not become a sworn law enforcement officer till 2011. I've worked for them continuously since then. They're the only law enforcement agency I've ever worked for.
Can you tell us sort of the different areas you have worked and where you currently work?
So initially from 2008 to 2010, I was a police dispatcher. So if you called 911, I might be the person who answered, or I might be the person sending the officers and keeping track of where they were. And then in 2010, I went to the Arizona Law Enforcement Academy, graduating in 2011 as a sworn officer, returning to Chandler in the capacity as an officer. I worked as a patrol officer until, technically 2016, but the last 2 years of that I was assigned as a field training officer, which means that if you were a new officer out of the academy or somebody going back to the road from a specialty, you might ride with me for a while as I reoriented you to how things are done on the road. And then after doing that, I moved to the Special Victims Unit, primarily focused on investigating sex crimes from 2016 to 2020. And in 2020 and until now, I've been assigned to the Robbery Homicide Unit.
When you were with the Special Victims Unit, did you ever work with the Robbery Homicide Unit?
I did. In fact, from fairly early on, I was aware that this was something that I wanted to do eventually. So I made that known, and particularly working in detectives under the umbrella of persons crimes. You have your sex crimes, family crimes, robbery homicide units. And they all tend to work rather close together. They get to know one another. And I made it known that I had an interest in testing when they had their next opening. So I did that in late 2019 and began my assignment in 2020. So leading up to that, it was something where if I had the opportunity to work with that team, I would do so.
Can you talk to us, have you ever had any type of training in dealing with cell phones and cell phone GPS data?
Yes, I've had extensive training, much of it more recently. It's something that I certainly became aware of, and I have an interest in technology and what it can be used for in investigations. And so there were areas that I was aware of, particularly working in the Special Victims Unit, so starting from about 2016 on. It was in 2022 that I took my first 40-hour class on the proper interpretation, of cell phone records specifically that might come from the provider. There's an important distinction between the location data that might be found on one's phone versus the data that a provider stores about our devices that can also be used to infer the location of the device. I took a 40-hour class primarily on that subject in 2022, and then in 2023, I took a 40-hour class leading to eventually becoming a subject matter expert in that area.
Have you previously testified in court about cell phone GPS data?
I have.
Have you previously testified in court about mapping GPS data recovered from cell phones?
I have.
In July of 2019, were you still in the Special Victims Unit?
Yes, I was.
And did you become involved in a shooting that occurred on July 11th of 2019 at 5531 South Four Peaks Avenue in Chandler?
I did.
How did you get involved in that?
I believe I was downstairs where we all work in a similar area and became aware that a shooting had occurred, that it appeared that one person was deceased, and I volunteered to come along. My capacity was more to shadow, to learn about how these investigations are conducted with the aim of testing. That's something that's best practice to do if you want to test for a unit. You ought to go out and see how the job is done.
So when you initially, did you go out to the scene?
I did.
And when you initially out there, who did you shadow at first?
Initially, I was at the scene with Detective Coons. I was present during the scene investigation, though, again, as someone who was observing, I didn't personally impound anything or directly conduct the scene investigation myself.
Okay. At some point, as you are shadowing these, were you given different requests to help the detectives who are working this case?
Yes, although I'd say the extent to which I started going out and doing things, assigned tasks, really began the day after, on Friday the 12th.
So on Friday, July 12th of 2019, did you become aware that no one had obtained contact information for J.J. Vallow?
That's right.
And did you offer to reach out to Lori Vallow to get that information?
I did.
Why did you need that information?
To have a complete and thorough police report, it's best practice to have proper documentation, name, date of birth, basic demographic information for all the people who are involved in a case, however they might be involved. Given the information we had at that time, he's someone who ought to be listed in the report.
Okay. Was he also known to be the son of the deceased victim?
Yes, that's right.
On the 11th, had you had any contact with Lori Vallow?
I did not have any contact on the 11th.
Okay. On July 12th, after you offered to get that contact information, did you make contact with Lori Vallow?
I did.
Did you see her or call her?
I called her at first.
And was that call recorded?
That call was audio recorded, yes.
When you spoke with Ms. Vallow, did you obtain the contact information for J.J. Vallow?
Yes.
Did you learn from her where J.J. went to school?
Yes.
Did you confirm that she had gone to Burger King before taking J.J. to his school?
Yes.
Did you at some point during that conversation with Ms. Vallow learn that Charles Vallow was staying at the True Hilton Hotel?
Yes.
Prior to this, had you known that he was where he was staying?
I don't think I had any information either way.
Okay. So as someone who was separate, did you have any idea where Charles was, whether he was staying at the house or elsewhere prior to this?
I didn't have that information, no.
So you just learned this during your conversation when you're trying to get JJ's information?
Correct.
Did Ms. Vallow advise you that she was in possession of Charles Vallow's hotel room key?
She did.
Did she advise where she had found that?
In his wallet, I believe.
So you learned that she had Charles Vallow's wallet?
That's what she said.
And that she then had a room key for him to True Hilton Hotel?
Correct.
Did you advise her that you would talk to the case agent and let her know who would go get that?
Yes,
After you spoke with Lori Vallow on the phone, did you offer to go out to the Burger King to see if you could obtain any video from there?
I did.
And when you are helping in this aspect of the case, were you aware at that time when the 911 call had been placed?
I was.
And when was that?
That was at 8:36 in the morning.
So you knew as you went out to Burger King that the 911 call was July 11th, 2019 at 8:36 a.m.
Yes, that's correct.
And were you aware when you went out to the Burger King of when the police had arrived at the scene?
Yes.
And was that within a few minutes around 8:41 or 8:42 a.m.?
Yes, that's about right.
And were you aware prior to going out there of when Lori Vallow had been shown or seen on body cam back at 5531 South Four Peaks?
I was.
And was that the 8:48 a.m.?
Yes, that's right.
So all of this is kind of the timeline you're considering when you're going out to Burger King.
Correct.
So when you went out there, were you aware of that? I guess when you went out to Burger King, were you also under an understanding that Lori Vallow had said she was at the house when Charles Vallow was shot?
That was my understanding, yes.
So did all of that play into when you would assume the timing of her arriving at Burger King?
It did.
So sometime after 8:36 is what you're expecting?
To some extent. I was aware that there's a little bit of a logistical difficulty in the question of how one could leave at 8:36 or at just after, and then arrive back by 8:48, knowing the distances and knowing the city of Chandler like I do. So because of that, knowing that it was clearly the case that she was there at 8:48 because she was on officer's body-worn video, then I knew that there was some chance I would find that the video was in fact prior to the 911 call, because otherwise the distances and the travel didn't seem quite right.
So you see this 12-minute time from when 911 is called to when she arrives back, and you're thinking that there's no way to go to Burger King and drop a kid off at school and get back?
Correct. One of the other things that I was trying to establish when I called her is where she had taken him to school, and to confirm that we hadn't misunderstood about the Burger King event happening after the shooting. Because if we hadn't misunderstood, and then learning where the school's approximately 7 miles away from the house. So the idea that one could in 12 minutes go to a Burger King, get their order, drive 7 miles one way, 7 miles back, and arrive in that amount of time seemed very unlikely to me.
So you're now going to Burger King to try to figure out when she actually went there?
Correct.
When you are going to the Burger King, were you aware of what vehicle she was driving?
I was.
Was that, again, body cam had shown what vehicle she had come in?
That's correct.
And was that a red Kia Sorento?
That's right.
So when let me ask you this. Did you go to a Burger King over at 2865 East Ocotillo Road in Chandler?
I did.
How did you know to go to that one?
I chose that one because it was the closest one, and I wanted to make that logical assumption that that's probably where someone would go first, and then see if I found evidence there that that was the correct one.
All right, so you weren't given that information. You're just trying to figure out which Burger King it was.
Correct.
Did you ask to see if they had surveillance video from the morning of July 11th?
I did.
So you're there on July 12th?
Yes.
When you look at surveillance video at a place like a Burger King, do you ever verify that the date timestamp on that video is accurate?
I do. We very commonly find that at various places, the level of accuracy to their date and timestamps can be exactly right, or they can be off by a significant margin. So the best practice, and what I did in this case, is I will ask to see their live view, and the live view typically has a timestamp, as it did in this case, and then I will use my cell phone, my work cell phone's location time, or my work cell phone's time, And if they match up, then to me that indicates that the timestamp is probably relatively reliable, particularly if I'm there just the day after the video that I'm looking for.
In this case, was the date timestamp correct for that Burger King?
Yes, that's right.
Did you then ask to watch the surveillance video from that morning of July 11th?
I did.
And as you were watching it, did you see a red SUV and a person that appeared to be Lori Vallow going through the drive-thru?
I did.
Do you recall about what time you saw that happen?
I want to say the timestamp on that is around 7:20 something.
Is it 7:54?
7:54. That is probably correct, yes.
So if you're looking at a timestamp at 7:54 and you know the 911 call is at 8:36, are you already starting to wonder what's going on here?
Yes, this was one of the concerns that led us to pursue this avenue of investigation.
And you're aware that Lori Vallow had told Detective Inclan that she had left right after Charles was shot.
That is what I was told.
So if she left right after he was shot, she somehow is already at Burger King more than 40 minutes after the shooting, before the 911 call.
Correct.
Did you look at various channels from that surveillance video at Burger King?
I did.
And did you also ask to obtain a receipt from her purchase?
I did.
If I can have my paralegal approach with 217 and 218.
Thank you.
We're looking at 217 and 218. Did those contain affidavits from Burger King authenticating both the recording and the receipt?
They do.
And is that from the Burger King that you went to obtain that video and that receipt?
It is.
The state will move to admit 217 and 218.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
217 and 218 are admitted.
Now, just so we know, although we have the video right there and that's been admitted, did you create a PowerPoint we're going to get to in a bit that actually includes the relevant portions of that video in it?
I did.
Okay. So ultimately, we have 7:54-ish that you see Lori Vallow going through the Burger King. Were you then ever asked to meet with Lori Vallow to get that hotel key still on the 12th here?
Yes, that's correct.
Where did you meet with her?
I met with her at the Four Peaks house.
Okay. Do you recall meeting with her there around 2:10 in the afternoon on July 12th?
Yes, that's right.
Did she provide you with a key card to a hotel, or what looked like a key card to a hotel?
She did.
Do you see that person who gave you Charles Vallow's key card in the courtroom today?
I do.
And can you point her out and identify what she's wearing?
Yes. She's sitting at the defense table wearing a black blazer.
Your Honor, may the record reflect the witness has identified the defendant.
It shall.
Now, at this time, you had already watched the Burger King video that we've discussed. Did she appear to be the same person you saw driving that red Kia Sorento?
Yes, that's correct.
And when you went to the residence at 5531 South Four Peaks, did you see a red Kia Sorento at that residence?
I did.
And did that have Colorado license plates of BRS 084?
It did.
Did that appear to match the vehicle you also saw going through the drive-thru of that Burger King?
It did.
When you got the key card, did you then meet up with Detective Moffett to go to the hotel?
Correct.
And was that the True Hilton at 1950 South Santan Village Parkway in Gilbert?
Yes.
When you went there, were you able to verify that that's where Charles Vallow was staying?
Yes, I believe Detective Moffat spoke to them, but then we were directed to a room. To a room.
So were you present with Detective Moffat during that?
I was present, yes.
Okay. And so you were provided with a room number where he was staying?
Yes.
And were you provided, well, you had a room key already to get in there?
Correct.
Did you, while you were there or later, obtain both an affidavit and record showing that Charles Vallow had stayed at that hotel?
Yes.
If I can have my paralegal approach with 219.
Thank you.
Does 219 contain an affidavit authenticating the reservation and room information for Charles Vallow at that True Hilton Hotel?
It does.
And that's the hotel you had gone to with the key card that you got from the defendant?
Yes, that's correct.
The state will move to admit, and I forget what number that is that 219? Sorry.
This is 219.
State will move to admit 219.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
219 is admitted.
And if I can publish that,
Go
we
ahead.
all know. Thank you. Okay. So just pull out a little. We see this is from in Exhibit 219, the True Hilton at 1950 South Santan.
Yes.
And did this show that Charles Vallow arrived on the 10th and was supposed to leave on the 13th?
Yes, that's correct.
And then were you also provided with information that this was Charles Vallow's room?
Yes, that's right.
Did you and Detective Moffat go into room 127?
We did.
And when you went in there, what was inside?
There were items that I understood to belong to Mr. Vallow. That was our primary reason for being there, was to secure them. A backpack, 2 suitcases, I believe, at least 1 laptop computer. I assisted in gathering these up and impounding them.
Okay. So all of those items were brought to the Chandler Police Department and impounded?
That's right.
Okay. After you had gone to the True Hilton Hotel, did you also learn that the defendant had told Detective Inclan that she had stopped at a Walgreens to buy some flip-flops?
Initially, I was told a CVS. Whether I misunderstood or there was a miscommunication, I initially believed it was a CVS.
So did you try to locate a CVS in the generic area that you're looking at of the Burger King and the school?
I did. I tried actually 7 different CVS locations trying to locate video and wasn't able to.
So at that point, you were unable to verify that initially?
Correct.
Were you then asked to review the GPS data that was extracted from Charles Vallow's cell phone?
I was.
Did you have anything to do with extracting the data from his cell phone?
I did not.
Can you talk to us about this GPS data that's part of this extraction? Like, do all cell phones give us GPS data?
As an end user and the person who doesn't do the extraction, depending on a particular user's settings, particularly if we're talking about smartphones, phones equipped with a GPS module and where that GPS module is working, they may record the GPS location of the device for various reasons, depending on the settings. I, for example, keep my GPS location off. So you would not expect to find very many GPS recorded locations on my device. Many people keep them on. I find it's quite common. If so, then the people in the computer forensics unit are able to extract data from the phone to include logged GPS locations, and then can produce that in a report, which as an end user, I can view the latitude, longitude that was recorded by the device for one reason or another, and the date and time that it was recorded by the device. And that gives us GPS locations to look at for where the device may have been.
So for Charles Vallow's phone, were you, through that extraction, provided with, I'll call it ongoing GPS data location for his phone on July 11th?
Yes, so there were GPS locations recorded on the device for July 11th, which was the time period of interest, and I was able to look at those.
Okay. So did you look and see if there were GPS location device information on the phone for other dates as well?
I did not do that.
You're just looking at the date of this shooting?
Correct.
And when we talk about the device, so this is telling you not who has the device, just where the device is.
That's right.
When you were looking at that GPS data from the extraction of Charles Vallow's phone, did you discover that Lori Vallow may have actually gone to a Walgreens?
I did.
Based upon looking at that information, did you find an address at 785 South Cooper Road that corresponded to a Walgreens where you saw the device at around 8:15 a.m. on July 11th?
I did.
Based upon seeing that GPS data, did you go to that Walgreens?
Yes, I initially called. I eventually went.
After going to 7 CVS, you decided to call?
I decided to call.
And when you called, did you learn that they did in fact, well, what did you do? How did they know what you're even looking for?
I called, asked to speak to a manager, as I will often do in things like this, and said, I don't tell them specifically why, but I'm looking to see if a person came through, and I provide a general description of that person and what it is that they may have purchased. Usually that's enough. That's what I did in this case. That's enough for them to find if they do or don't have that transaction on video. That's what I did.
So you have the time and the date, the 8:15 and July 11th, and you just give them a description and see if they can find anything that matches?
Correct.
Did they advise you they did?
They did.
Did you go to that Walgreens and obtain a copy of that surveillance footage
I did.
from multiple cameras?
Correct.
Did you also obtain a copy of the receipt of her purchase?
I did.
My paralegal can approach with 216. And so looking at 216, do you see an affidavit for that Walgreens that you contacted regarding obtaining both the surveillance video and the receipt, as well as a copy of the receipt and the video itself?
I do.
Your Honor, the state will move to admit Exhibit 216.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
216 is admitted.
And if I can publish the receipt portion. So for this receipt, it advises that at 8:19, there was a purchase for 2 different pairs of flip-flops.
Yes.
Okay. And that corresponded to what you observed on the video that is in this exhibit as well?
Yes, that's correct.
In watching this video, did you recognize the person making that purchase?
I did.
And who did you recognize that to be?
I recognized Ms. Lori Vallow, at the time now Ms. Daybell, from having seen the body-worn video and also having met her in person.
Okay. And the video that you obtained here, did you also incorporate that into a PowerPoint presentation that you created showing the GPS data location from July 11th of 2019?
I did.
When you, well, let me ask you, so did you create a PowerPoint presentation of the GPS data from Charles Vallow's cell phone for July 11th of 2019?
I did.
When you were creating this PowerPoint, did you use any phone records for other individuals such as Lori Vallow?
I did.
When you were creating this PowerPoint, did you utilize cell phone records, and I think you had talked to us about the difference here, and cell tower data that was provided to you by the providers, and by providers I mean like a T-Mobile or an AT&T?
Those records were provided to Chandler Police Department, not to me directly. I later obtained copies that I used to incorporate in my presentation.
So were you aware of search warrants that were issued to obtain cell phone records to include cell tower data for several different individuals?
Yes.
So in your PowerPoint presentation, did you utilize GPS data that was for Lori Vallow's Verizon cell phone with a phone number of 808-755?
One minor clarification, I wouldn't
Sure.
I wouldn't call it GPS data particularly. There's location
Cell tower
data,
data.
correct, but not specifically derived via GPS, as was the data from Mr. Vallow's phone.
And if I can have Exhibit 222. In Exhibit 222, do we see both an affidavit authenticating Lori Vallow's Verizon cell phone records for that 808-755? Thumb drive of all of the phone records?
Yes, it does.
And does it also include some printouts from those records themselves?
Yes, it does.
State will move to admit 222 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
222 is admitted.
Did you utilize then some of the cell tower data that was provided by Verizon in those records for Lori Vallow's cell phone in your PowerPoint presentation?
I did.
Did you also become aware of the police executing a search warrant for another cell phone associated to Lori Vallow with T-Mobile for 480?
Yes.
Were you provided with those records so that you could also look at the cell tower usage of that phone on July 11th?
Yes.
If my paralegal can approach with 220. Looking at Exhibit 220, is there an affidavit in there from T-Mobile
Yes, there is.
related to, again, Lori Vallow, 480? Does it also include a thumb drive of all the records in there,
It does.
as well as some of the records printed out?
Yes, it does.
The state will move to admit Exhibit 220.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
220 is admitted.
If I can just do one more before we
Go ahead.
Were you also made aware that search warrants were executed to obtain Verizon cell phone records for Alexander Cox for a phone number of 480? Did you utilize those records and the cell tower data that was part of them in your PowerPoint presentation for July 11th of 2019?
Yes.
And if I can have my paralegal approach with 221. Looking at 221, do you see an affidavit there from Verizon for the Verizon cell phone records for 480?
I see an affidavit, but I see this is the number ending 5452.
And if you can look at the, is there a second affidavit in there?
Yes, this does include 9120, but I saw on the envelope here it lists the
And
other
there's-
number.
Perfect. So there's an affidavit in there for the 9120 number. Box.
Yes,
And there's also a thumb drive in there of all the phone records associated with, again, that number 480-310. And those were, again, records that you utilized in creating your PowerPoint for
Yes.
July 11th. The state will move to admit Exhibit 221.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
221's admitted.
Now, you talked to us earlier about your training and experience in using GPS data and cell tower data, correct?
yes,
When you are looking at either GPS data from a cell phone or cell tower data from a provider, do you try to verify the accuracy of that information by comparing it to other sources?
absolutely.
For instance, you told us that you were using the GPS data from Charles Vallow's cell phone, and you went to Burger King.
Correct.
And were you looking at the times to see if the GPS data and time matched what you saw in that video?
Yes, with one slight correction. I went to the Burger King initially because it was the closest one. Later, when I was given the GPS data, I looked and saw that it did, in fact, accord to the Burger King. And then I went to the Walgreens because of what I had seen in the GPS data. In either direction that you do that in, essentially what I'm trying to do is make sure just because a device has logged a location at a particular date and time doesn't have to mean it was there. The device could be wrong. It could have been changed in some way. One of the things that we do to make sure that we are relying on good data only is to find other means of corroborating if the device was apparently at that location.
Thank you. So I have this plugged in here, if I can just admit it, but did you provide the state with Exhibit 209, that is a thumb drive of your PowerPoint presentation?
Yes.
Did you sign, and I think put your badge number on the back of it?
Yes, that's correct.
And that's something you created that we've talked about, incorporating all of these different records that we've discussed.
That's correct.
Your Honor, the state will move to admit Exhibit 209 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
209's admitted.
Might be a good time to break
Right.
before we start with this.
All right, let's take our noon recess. I'll remind the jury of the admonition. We'll resume with the jury at 1:30 p.m.
All rise for the jury.
All right, lunch recess underway, day 6 of the Lori Vallow Daybell trial, and I think this is just the beginning for testimony by Ariel Werther, the homicide detective with Chandler Police. This is going to be very crucial. I know we're hearing a lot of numbers, partial phone numbers, GPS locations, Walgreens, Burger King, but all important in the timeline, really the nitty-gritty of the timeline here.
Yeah, and the PowerPoint that they're showing in court, he has already, look, we've talked about it. He's testified in 2 other trials. So he knows the time frame. He's done this before. And this will be the part where I've said before, if you're a juror, you're taking notes. These are where those notes come in handy, so you can kind of lay out the timeline for yourself. And in a way that makes sense to them, so they kind of understand what the state's implying regarding the shooting and where she was in relation to the 911 call.
And really what the state is saying is the lack of response, the lack of care, the nonchalantness by Lori Vallow Daybell, and where she was right after the shooting. They go to the Walgreens. Lori takes JJ and Tylee Walgreens to Burger King to take JJ to school to get back to the scene of the crime, and Alex Cox is the one who called 911. So really, Trina is admitting all these exhibits, and I think we're going to see these throughout the afternoon. So this is going to be a very lengthy direct exam, I believe, and then we'll, of course, as always, be interesting to see if Lori cross-exams Ariel Werther and asks about these very, very fine details. All right, we are ready to talk to our expert panel. Very excited. We have Rachel Smith, special prosecutor in the Idaho case against Lori Vallow Daybell, Mel McDonald, a former judge and prosecutor in Maricopa County, as well as U.S. Attorney for the District of Arizona, Kirk Nurmi, represented Jodi Arias in her high-profile case, and of course, Taylor Larson, the former attorney for Charles Vallow, who helped file those divorce papers back in 2019. I want to get back to the witness here, Detective Werther. Rachel Smith, your team used him as a witness in the first Idaho trial, and then obviously he was called again in Chad Daybell's trial. But explain to everyone who's watching, they're going over a lot of numbers, timestamps. I mean, what role does he play here for the prosecution?
This detective plays a foundational role. What you're seeing now is the prosecutor lay the foundation, get the building blocks in place, and this detective helps her do that. He lays that foundation to get the evidence in a way that then she connects all the dots through the PowerPoint he uses and through some upcoming witnesses. So he's kind of the foundation. He's the building blocks that are going to start to be put together very concretely in front of the jury.
And in Idaho, first of all, your team had to fight to get evidence from Arizona in and basically argue why it was important as far as the conspiracy. Why Werther? What did he express that brought jurors more information and context to the killings of JJ and Tylee and Tammy?
In the Idaho case, the theory was that Lori, Chad, and Alex conspired together to get rid of obstacles to Lori and Chad's life. That word obstacle was Lori and Chad's words. So using that and the court understanding that, the other actions they took to further the death of Tammy, Tylee, and JJ would be things like the shooting at Brandon and the death of Charles. So the court understanding and that those were part and parcel of the conspiracy, the judge in Idaho allowed the evidence from Arizona in. And so Lori's role in the conspiracy and participating and aiding and abetting Alex in Arizona was evidence that showed her role in the overall conspiracy.
Hey, Kirk, welcome back to the panel. I got to ask you what you thought of Lori Vallow Daybell's cross-examination of Detective Inclan. That went long. It continued from yesterday afternoon.
Yeah, the whole time I was watching this cross-examination, the only thing I could picture is someone just banging their head against a brick wall, because that's really about all we got. We kept going over the same ground, not really making any points. I don't think Lori has any cogent defense. If there's any theme to her defense, I think it's, to try to put an image of herself out there as opposed to really defend her case in chief, right? And we talk about that particular detective and the ones that are coming up. We think about, well, we had the murder part, right? And now we're shifting into the conspiracy part, and it's a conspiracy to commit murder charge. So we have the detective up there, the one she was cross-examining, really finishing the murder portion of the state's presentation. And now we're looking towards that conspiracy charge. And really, Miss Vallow did nothing but bang her head against the wall with every single witness she attempted to cross-examination, and did nothing to counteract the murder portion of the state's case, if you will.
We're at witness number 18, Kirk. Are you surprised at the pace we're at? Because, the state is saying they could be done with the case in chief tomorrow.
It's hard with a pro per to really gauge pace because you don't know how many questions they're going to ask, what they're going to do. But despite the fact that we've seen Lori banging her head against the wall, repetitive questions, things of that nature, she's really not asking a lot of substantive questions. And when you talk about those 18 witnesses in that time frame, we see Miss K really putting her case out there in a straightforward manner. There's no need for her to engage in any theatrics of any sort. She's putting it out there very plain and straightforward. The jury questions seem to make me feel like they're understanding what is going on. And Lori, again, not making any ground at all. So, yeah, that pace is always hard with pro pers, but it's nice to see we're going at a good pace.
Taylor, I got to ask you, knowing what you know about Charles and now seeing Lori try to turn the tables on Inclan earlier and make it sound like she was not treated as a victim or as the wife of someone who just been shot and killed. And her demeanor, we focused a lot on demeanor the past, day.
Yeah, it was a big focus, obviously, on in Lori's mind and her cross-examination. And I appreciated the jury question to try to clarify that point, because, maybe she may have been banging her head against the wall, as Kirk said, but, that's part of the mucking up, if you will, of the evidence. And the jury was, okay, well, was she treated like a witness or was she treated like a victim? And so I appreciated the jury asking for that clarification. And I think that they got that answer through Detective Inclan's further testimony. And then the additional questions that Trina Kay, that was the main focus of her questions after that jury question.
And Mel, I got to ask you, as a former judge, we said that we were going to ask this. Judge Bereski seemed to have guided Lori a little bit more than usual with the line of questioning when she was trying to ask Inclan about times she's seen her and has she ever not been calm. And he even gave sort of an example before we went to sidebar, which I assume there was more clarification and guidance. Just, is that too much on Judge Bereski's part?
I think what he's doing is he's trying to protect a record. I've tried dozens upon dozens of murder cases as a judge, as a U.S. attorney, as a prosecutor, as a defense attorney. These are the 10 things that stand out right now that I think are crushing Lori Vallow Daybell's case. Number one, her bizarre revelations voiced to so many people. They're possessed with demons. Number two, Charles' statements, his fears, his anxieties of this wacko woman that he's married to. Three, and this is huge, her lack of emotion on the body cam at the police station, at the interviews. That is telling an enormous story. Four, how she held the phone, wouldn't give him the phone, the provocation. Five, the claim of the baseball bat hitting him. A minor league player, if he hit him with a baseball bat, he wouldn't have been able to walk out to the curb. Number six, which I thought was a great point, bringing out that Cox had brought weapons and ammunition to the home. Here you've got an autistic child in that home. Who in the world is going to allow that to happen? Seven, and this is enormous. She's in the house, she's in the shooting, the failure to call 911. You leave with the kids, you go shopping for sandals and food, and you haven't called the police. You're not even checking on your brother. It is utterly bizarre. Then you go to her lack of emotions at the scene. Mind you, she's witnessed her husband of many, many years shot down in cold blood, or at least she comes around supposedly the corner. Her daughter's in the room. A normal person would be hysterical, would be devastated, would be shocked. She's sitting there smiling as if nothing happened. The final point, inquiry within days about collecting life insurance. I think the most entertaining part of this case, and I would have paid money to be there to see the expression on her face when she's told that the life insurance policy has been shifted to another person. Everything that she put in that basket just blew up. I think she's intelligent, but every time she opens her mouth, I think she's taking a hammer and putting a nail in her old coffin. They've done a masterful job of building the case, and she has truly been a fool for a client.
Judge Mel, did you just list 10 things, like right then and there?
I'm sorry?
Like, did you just list 10 things, 10 examples from this trial? Like, do you have notes in front of you? Because that was impressive.
About 5 minutes before it started, after I took my pill to try to unwind from watching Lori perform. Yes, I made a little less because I thought, I mean, these are things that have been jumping out. I thought, I'm just going to put down a list.
It's a never-ending list, though, right?
Yeah, there is a list. I've got a cheat sheet. Lori and I work off cheat sheets.
Oh my goodness. Hey, I give you 10 points, Mel. But you bring up those points, and I want to go back to Rachel. When you were in that Idaho trial, do you remember watching the jury and how they were reacting? I mean, specifically to the receipts on Burger King and Walgreens, and just this lack of care after the shooting scene.
You know, as Judge Mel was saying, the jury reacts. They know when things are not normal, when someone reacts in a way that is not typical, that just gets the jury's attention and they focus. In Idaho, the jurors, as I suspect they are in Arizona, but our jurors in Lori's case in Idaho were always attentive. They were at the edge of their seat. You could look over and make eye contact and you knew they were getting it. You could see the expression on their faces, and they made it very clear that they were following the evidence. Now, they didn't give away and they were not unprofessional, but you could see that they connected the dots. When someone behaves in the way Lori Vallow behaves after the death of any human, let alone the person they share a child with, and they behave that way, the jury sees it. They see it for what it is.
And Taylor, you have experience with Judge Boreski. I mean, what did you think of his guidance there? I do see what Mel is saying about protect the record.
Yeah, it could kind of be a little frustrating when a judge helps a pro per out. In family law, we deal with pro pers a lot, people representing themselves. And so, I'm in court against a pro per often, and the judges will always, be more helpful than I would like in my own cases. There's case law in Arizona that says that pro pers are to be held to the same standard as an attorney. This is a decision that they have made, and a decision that Lori has made to defend herself. And so she should be held to that same standard. But I don't think that, in saying that, I don't think that Judge Boreski's helping or guidance has crossed any boundaries. I think it's been very fair. And I think that even if it was a young lawyer who was representing Lori and, tried to ask that question that would open that door, I think that Judge Boreski would give the same admonition to that attorney and say, you really want to go there? I don't think you do, but I will let you if you want to.
Hey, Kirk, what should the state or the defense take away from the jury's questions so far? Do these questions give any sort of insight into what the jury is feeling, thinking at this point in time?
You can always try to read stuff into the jury questions, read thoughts, but you don't really know the motivation behind them. So you can, as an attorney, bang your head against the wall trying to figure out what the jury is trying to communicate through their questions. And I think Rachel touched on it. You can you do a better job, I think, of reading faces, reactions to testimony than you do the questions. Because, for instance, a question about victims versus suspects and videotaping, some of those things, they could be seen very pro Lori Vallow, but they could also be interpreted in a way, which I think they were, to say, is there any viability to the thing she's saying? And that was easily dismissed that it was not. So they're listening to what she has to say still. We can tell that, but I think it's a way to kind of dismiss some of these things because, again, a lot of what she's saying on her cross-examination, whether she was beating her head against the wall, saying it several times or not, was not really relevant. It wasn't really getting to the heart of the issue because even, I would disagree with Rachel Mel a little bit because I think if I was trying this case, I'd have a psychologist in there saying people's reaction to trauma is different every time. But Lori seemed to be saying, hey, I was calm, so therefore I wasn't involved, but it's not playing out that way in terms of the court, in terms of the experience and the way I think the jurors are interpreting her conduct or her demeanor, if you will.
And I think the jury is asking why she didn't call 911. Why it was Alex who waited 45 minutes to finally call 911. If you're just joining us, Detective Ariel Werther is on the stand right now for Chandler Police, and he talks about the timeline. Let's listen to bite 3, Detective Werther expressing his concern over the 911 call time frame.
So if you're looking at a timestamp at 7:54 and you know the 911 call is at 8:36, are you already starting to wonder what's going on here?
Yes, this was one of the concerns that led us to pursue this avenue of investigation.
And you're aware that Lori Vallow had told Detective Inclan that she had left right after Charles was shot.
That is what I was told.
So if she left right after he was shot, she somehow is already at Burger King more than 40 minutes after the shooting, before the 911 call.
Correct.
Okay, so this was, I think this is jarring. Rachel Smith, what are your thoughts on that little bit of testimony there?
That testimony really sets up the sort of planning that went into the call for this case. It really sets up the staging of the scene, the getting their stories straight, giving Tylee time to calm down. So what we have in that gap is really showing Lori's role in setting the scenario up for what's going to happen with the police. And good work from the Chandler PD in 1, following it up, and in 2, catching it and connecting those dots, because that evidence is extremely important to help the jury see not only was Lori involved in the planning and the desire and supplies the motive for Charles to be dead, she was instrumental in setting it up in the conversations that were going to come with the police.
We know hindsight is 20/20, and throughout this saga, so many people have said, Chandler PD could have done more. But at the time, even Inclan is saying that she didn't know or ask about a phone, Charles's phone specifically, that Lori had in her pocket. And at the time, she's treating her as a victim and someone who's just been traumatized, and had to find out from Lori that she already knew that Charles was dead when she was going to notify her about the death. From your experience, when does Chandler PD's involvement really come into play with the Idaho case? Because I know it did take some months to finally get them involved, as the kids were now missing.
Yeah, the Arizona team was working on it, and they originally had what was going to be a how do we fight that it was not actual lawful self-defense. It was only after the subsequent evidence came forward that put everything in context. So hindsight's 2020. We can go back and say they coulda, shoulda, woulda, but in reality, they didn't have everything. And it was Brandon Boudreaux's, the shooting at Brandon. It was Brandon who brought forward many concerns about what happened to him. He supplied the description of Tylee's Jeep. He supplied the role that Alex had in shooting at him, and the role Alex had with regard to using Tylee's vehicle. And then you couple that with Kay's where is my grandson? That's what allowed the detectives from all the agencies to take that step back and look at things in context. So in the moment of time that what Chandler had, they didn't have the access to everything that the detectives a few months later had. So I think it's easy to kind of blame, but self-defense is a hard claim when that's all you have.
So if Brandon Boudreaux doesn't make it out of the shooting, we could be talking about a very different story. I mean, he is a key besides the Woodcocks, but if he doesn't bring up what is happening in Idaho, what is happening with him and his ex-wife and his ex-aunt-in-law, and he's shot, I mean, yeah, God forbid, obviously he's here and we'll get into that trial, but yeah, this could be a very different story. Mel, is there any reason for the jurors to think, well, why is Tylee's interview not being played? Why are we not hearing from her? Where is she?
I think that would be a logical thought. The kids have been an integral part of this. One of them is a witness in the house. She takes them and they go shopping for sandals. They go to lunch. She comes back. She's very indifferent. I've got to believe that the jurors at the end of the case would have an enormous question. Why in the world the witness to the scene that could back up what Lori claimed had happened, everybody else in that scene is dead now. What an opportunity to bring her in. And so, yes, I think they're going to be asking that question. One other thing I wanted to mention in response to Kurt's suggestion of probably trying to get a psychologist about emotions, I come back to the bottom line. Nothing in this case, when you look at Lori's emotions, I don't care, you could get 500 psychologists trying to justify her behavior. If somebody is gunned down in your child's presence, you're going to be traumatized. If somebody is gunned down in your presence, you're going to be traumatized. And that includes cops. We have military people that have post-traumatic stress disorder. You're not going to walk around with a grin on your face 5 days later checking on the $1 million life insurance policy. It is bizarre. And I don't think, and she tries to justify it. To me, it's interesting. The only tears I've ever seen Lori render was in her opening statement. The time to be crying is the trauma to your kids, the events that take place, the fact that 911 isn't called. I think each day as these pieces fall into place, the nail in her coffin is being driven deeper and deeper. This isn't going to be a hung jury. In my view, it's going to be a quick verdict.
Wow. Okay, Kirk, I want you to respond. So if you were her attorney, would you bring on a psychologist as an expert witness to testify?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I'd have to know the case a lot better before I could give an affirmative answer. But yeah, that would be one of the issues. I mean, Mel's right. Everybody's going to experience trauma, but he's wrong when he says they just don't display it. They're supposed to display it in a particular way. That's not correct. That the psychologist would say that is, people can mask their trauma. People can be in shock. Different things can happen there. So that's the reality of that situation as it relates to the testimony. So yeah, that would be a possibility when the state is trying to make such a big deal out of her interviews and things of that nature, because to draw conclusions from the face she's putting on is probably not appropriate thing for the jury to do. But here we are because Lori is playing lawyer.
Kirk,
if I
oh,
could.
sorry, go ahead.
No, that's okay. I just want to jump in there. I agree with Judge Mel because I believe that while I get what Kurt's saying, having dealt with I don't know how many victims of crime, you're right, but your jurors sitting there are looking at it without that perspective. Your average juror does not know or do that, and they expect people to react a certain way. And you can throw 1,000 doctors up there, but if that person doesn't act in a way that common people, normal people, I always call them my Joe jury, the normal people expect somebody to act, that's going to be a red flag, and that's going to bother them. They're going to want to know why, and they're going to judge somebody for it. They're going to be judging Lori. What did she do to protect JJ? What did she do to protect Tylee? And why didn't she try to protect her husband?
But Rachel, and you're right, they're going to have those questions, but that's the point. I mean, effective defense, whether the jury agrees with it or not, is to have maybe a cold expert come on and say, how do people respond to trauma in these situations, and put that for the jury. That would be effective assistance of counsel from a defense perspective. That's
my thought on that, though, is that when you look at the whole scale of things, not calling 911, the indifference, going shopping to get sandals, driving around, smiling when you get home, that is not rational behavior. A person was shot to death in front of your daughter. I don't care who you are, to not have emotion on that isn't a way that you mask it. If somebody's gunned down in your presence, you're going around grinning, you're making stops, you're not calling the police, you're not checking on your brother who's supposedly been hit by a bat. Any expert who would come in and define that as being anything other than bizarre, that would be an attorney's dream, to put that guy on the witness stand to cross-examine him, because the jury would never believe it.
Taylor, I want to ask you this, all of you, but I'll start with Taylor. So let's say hypothetically the jury requests or asks if Tylee's testimony or something regarding Tylee can be brought in. And during the sidebar, they discuss what the jurors' questions are. So what would then happen there? That would just automatically be a shut door because it's hearsay? Also, she's dead? How does this get explained, or what happens?
That's a great question. I don't know what the answer to that would be. The other three would have to chime in on that, because that's something that I've never dealt with. But, I think it would go back to like this morning when the judge was like, do you really want to open that door? And he'd leave it up to Lori. But I think with the jury questions, that's why they go to sidebar, right? Is to say, okay, what is this going to be a legal conclusion that we shouldn't ask the jury about? Is this going to have hearsay in it? Does this go to a pretrial ruling that's, precluded testimony or evidence? So that's probably what I would say, how it'd play out.
Kirk, so this would probably be something filtered out. We wouldn't really hear this question about Tylee.
Right. Any question that is against, might call for something that is inadmissible or excluded by the rules of evidence would not be asked. There would be no explanation. Likewise, anything that goes against the pretrial rulings, what we call the law of the case, I guess, would not be asked as well, and there wouldn't be any explanation. The judge isn't going to go up and say, well, we can't answer that because of pretrial rulings or anything else. There's, I think, and Mel can correct me, I think there's a standard instruction that the jury's not supposed to read anything into whether or not a particular question is asked if a juror question is posed and not asked.
Mel?
Yes.
Your thoughts on that, as far as, and also that goes for Alex too. Like we've been talking about, the jurors are just going to be wondering what they can learn about them. Like, how does that get addressed? Obviously, we know the sidebars are happening, but I just feel like at some point this door is going to swing open.
Well, if it swings open, Lori, with her stunning cross-examination, is going to open that door. Assuming that it doesn't get opened, the jury will be instructed you're only to consider the evidence produced in court. You're not to speculate on witnesses that are not there. So you're correct. It will be a very empty question the jury has got to ponder. Why in the world is this young girl that was in the house, that was supposedly involved in the altercation, you would think she would be front and center. And I don't know how they're going to do it other than making believe it's not there and instructing the jury, don't speculate on information that may not have come in, decide the case on the evidence.
Rachel, after this witness, I believe we have 3 more left. And do you think the prosecution saves Nate Duncan for the last witness? He's been sitting at the prosecution table. He's the lead on the case. And what can the jury expect from Duncan?
You know, I've been waiting for Duncan's testimony. He testified in Idaho to a lesser extent than he will in Arizona. But yeah, I think logically he's going to be the last witness, if not very close to last. He's going to summarize that iCloud. He's going to put the conspiracy pieces together. He did extensive work on that sort of communication between the co-conspirators. So I think the methodical, logical, very textbook way that this case has been put together is leading to Nate Duncan's testimony. So I'm very excited about seeing that and seeing how the prosecution puts that forward.
Yeah, and Duncan. Duncan had the pleasure of reading those bizarre text messages between Chad and Lori and basically giving jurors insight into the affair they were having. And I mean, there was discussion on death percentages for Tammy Daybell. There was, Charles's, frustration with what was going on. Taylor, what do you think the jury is seeing as far as a depiction and characterization of Charles right now as it stands?
Yeah, I think they're not really paying attention to the opening statements when Lori tried to vilify him and make him this, temper-ridden roid man. But they're not playing into the cross-examination. Did you test for HGH or any of the other steroids? I think that the compelling testimony of the trial so far has been Nancy Joe and Kay Woodcock in humanizing Charles and, showing the kind of man that he really was. And there's not been any evidence that Lori has presented. I mean, it's not her time in the case yet. But there is no evidence that she's going to be able to produce that would show otherwise. I think that seeing how cold and calculated Lori was, after the shots that went out, going to Burger King, going to Walgreens, like we talked about, but also, cremating Charles and sending his ashes to Kay in Louisiana with no funeral, nothing. Didn't even let Kay know that she was sending the remains. I mean, that to me, when Kay testified about that on Friday, I think the jury really picked up on that and thought, that's kind of odd.
And just the fact alone that she is not helping prepare his funeral. She's not going to funeral. She's not letting JJ go to that funeral hosted by Kay and put together by his family in Louisiana. I mean, that would stand out, how she responded or lack of response to Charles's sons, the lack of information regarding the fatal shooting. So, yeah, I think that's definitely something that sticks out to these jurors. Kirk, best case scenario for Lori, present her case before or after this Easter weekend?
Yeah, it's hard to say what is going on through her mind. I think it's probably going to happen before the Easter weekend. And when you say her case, I think we should be clear, as we heard earlier this morning, the witnesses that she was purporting to have, her list, some of the subpoenas she sent out to out of state improperly, et cetera, et cetera. I think when we talk about her case, Justin, I think we're really talking about her testimony here. That's it. If there is a case for Lori Vallow, Lori Daybell, I think it's going to be her testimony. And honestly, if we look at it that way, it's going to be a disaster no matter what day it starts. But if she can get it in and start over the week, that probably would be better for her. But it's also going to be better for the state, who's going to have a whole weekend to wring their hands and go through every bit of information. And as Mel has predicted, I think she's going to open the door to just about everything related Tylee and JJ, and it's just going to go downhill fast.
Thank you for bringing that up. We have that hearing on our YouTube channel right now from this morning to start the day. It's about 12 minutes, and basically she hasn't subpoenaed anyone really correctly. Only some people have subpoenaed. Some people have not been served, found, located. She talked about her nephew, Zach Cox, the son of Adam Cox, and how he could testify basically to, in a sense, impeach Adam, which I don't see how Zach would disagree with anything that Adam has said on the stand. So basically, we may not have one witness for Lori Vallow Daybell unless it's her giving a subpoena to a couple detectives, and you're basically doing cross again. So that's repetitive, right? And the jury just gets sort of, tired of all that.
I think that's true. I mean, I don't know why she would have. I mean, there could be reasons why there's certain questions that can't be asked on cross. Perhaps, I don't know. Again, I don't know what she's thinking, but I think the bottom line is, if there is a defense case, because I think this is all about Lori Vallow getting in front of the cameras, thinking she's repairing her image, what have you. If there is a case, Justin, it is going to be her, and I think it will be. I think she's dying to take that stand.
Mel, what do you think? Is it going to happen?
Well, she, in the voir dire, she asked a question suggesting that she wouldn't. I can't see Lori not putting herself on the stand. I've gone back and forth on that, but as one by one, the various witnesses are disallowed, are not there. I can't believe that she would have her case come on and then rest the case. That said, when she takes the witness stand, I would suspect that there may be not only a door open, but an entire garage opened up with waves coming in. I don't see an answer for her. Those text messages, the entire history surrounding her lack of emotions, the bizarre beliefs, the words that she said to others. I honestly, possibly she takes the witness stand, at least it gives her another moment in the sun to reap in the glory of this celestial being. But it's pretty pathetic. I would surmise that she may be her only witness. If she goes on, she may have one or two other people, but I think the case is going to end far earlier than we originally anticipated.
Yeah, it's going quickly. And Rachel, I got to ask you, with this whole witness mess, people are wondering if convicted, is this grounds for an appeal with how this has been handled as far as the witnesses?
No, that's one of the worst case scenarios. When you choose to be your own lawyer, you don't get to complain that you did a bad job. So she is held to the standard that a lawyer would be, and she has waived any opportunity to complain. And I think in any areas where the court has had concerns about the record, he's made a really good record that these are choices and decisions she made. They are strategic choices, and she's got to live with those consequences. So I don't see any grounds for her to complain about her quality of representation. The judge gave her every chance to do it a different way.
Okay, Rachel, I'll go around, but final takeaways from day 6 for you.
I think, again, we are seeing Lori love playing lawyer. Lori trying to create points that are important to her, but maybe not particularly relevant to the rest of us. I just think she's her own worst enemy.
Taylor?
Yeah, I think it's been a very meticulously planned out strategy from the prosecution. There's kind of 3 parts to it. The first part was establishing the act that Charles was murdered, that he was killed. Then the second part, we moved towards the motivation for that, the motive. We talked about the life insurance policy and her trying to claim it, within days of his death, without even having a funeral for him, right? Or notifying his family, allowing them to have a funeral service for him. And then the third part that's coming that we're starting to get into today is the conspiracy, where is it where, that she conspired with Alex to have Charles murdered and the planning of that ambush that occurred on July 11, 2019.
And Kirk, final takeaways plus what you are interested in seeing this afternoon with this witness.
Yeah, I like Taylor's play script, a conviction in 3 acts, and I think the third act, what we're going to see this afternoon, and probably what we're going to see tomorrow, the conspiracy, the bizarre texts that have been mentioned earlier, things of that nature, are really going to be the meat of this case, if you will, that is going to tie a bow on it. I do think we'll see the lead detective come in last and tie that bow with a present for a life sentence for Lori Vallow. And I think the next couple of days are really going to demonstrate just that.
Yeah, Mel, I'll go to you finally. Like, if we go to Duncan last as the last witness who has text messages regarding dark spirits as well, get spiritual. We're getting into the meat of this right now with timestamps. But what better way than to bring the case home with that just bizarre element of religion?
What this is going to do is reinforce the points that I brought forward before. The bizarre beliefs, the expressions to other people, being married multiple times in a pre-existence, all of this bizarre stuff, and this is the fireworks, you will, at the end of the case, is going to drive home dramatically the point of just how twisted and bizarre this entire case is. They don't need to know about the death of the 2 children. What this will put together with these text messages, with the deviousness and the conniving, flying to Hawaii, the quick marriage, all of these things put together will put, in my view, close any doubt that anybody may have. So I think the highlights of the case, we've had some dynamite stuff, but I think it's only going to get more explosive.
All right. Thank you so much to our experts. You guys have been great as always. We'll see you soon. As this thing is getting close to the end pretty quick. Thank you guys.
Thank you,
Justin.
George.
Yeah,
man, we are moving fast though. I think that's what I'm realizing here.
Yes.
We're almost done.
We
with
are
the case
almost done
by the state.
For the state. I do want to go back. A lot of great stuff covered there. One of the things that was brought up that I think I lost track of, again, we talk about Lori's reaction to learning that her husband had been shot and killed. To us, most of us would look at that and go, well, that's odd. I think, the detective earlier expressed the same thing, but Mel brought up a great point. Even if you're traumatized, right, and as a parent, you have, some parents have a habit, I'm probably one of those, where I don't wear my feelings on my sleeve when my kids are around if I feel like I need to make sure they're not traumatized by something. And so in an instance like this, where your teenage daughter was around when a shooting occurred, right, and her stepfather, her uncle, stepfather, all these close family members are involved, you as a parent would probably, your instinct would be to show a brave face for your child, but then formulating a plan to comfort your child. And in this case, 2 children. Somebody brought up in the chat too, JJ's response, according to the school, when he learned that his dad had died. Like I think that alone holds a lot of weight, even for jurors. And I know that was Nermi's point was, look, you need some sort of expert to kind of reinforce to the jury what maybe they already know deep down inside. And that is, that's not a normal reaction for a parent. It's one thing to say just for a woman or a wife, for instance, but for a parent to not show that kind of emotion. And then as we learn, go to Walgreens, go to Burger King, go to, all these places after your a husband has been shot and killed. I think, yes, having an expert to reinforce that, but I kind of agree with Mel and even, Rachel, that if you have 12 adults in a jury box, I guess you wouldn't really need to reinforce that, but I did kind of overlook that. I was more focused on Lori's reaction as Lori and not Lori's reaction as a mother. And I think the jury may be starting to pick up on some of that if they haven't already. And that will resonate with them, even if they never address the fact that both children are dead. Like,
Yeah.
let's forget about that for a moment. They know there were 2 children involved. They were in the scene. They were all that. Even if some of these jurors don't know that these children are no longer with us and they never hear from the children, I still don't know that that's going to be a breaking point. I think these 12 jurors can kind of soak that all in, and depending on their questions moving forward, I think we'll come to the conclusion that children or no children, this just seemed odd.
You reminded me of something because after Lori was indicted in 2021, June 2021, for this conspiracy to commit murder case, I spoke to Zach Cox and we did a lengthy interview. And you guys have probably seen, if you're watching, it's on our YouTube channel, the full interview and the story we did. And we may truly never know what Tylee was feeling in that interview room, but what happened after? How did she deal with that trauma after? Zach told me that she was just emotionally a mess and could not, she was at her grandma Janice's house, and it was just a tough situation because you had Adam and Zach there that are just upset at how this went down. And Adam has talked about that in his testimony as far as how he found out and how his parents knew, but this strained the whole family dynamic. But Tylee was not doing good. So how Lori treated her and how Lori dealt with that as a parent, like you're talking about, we don't necessarily know except what we see at the scene. And now she's taken on this narrative that, she cared about her well-being and that Inclan should have asked for permission and not had a gun around her and all these things. But like, if you just look at this situation, jurors will ask themselves, okay, what would I do in that situation if my husband or my spouse had just been shot and killed? I'm trying to do CPR. I'm calling 911 so they can get here and help me. And we try to save this man's life, even though this fight, even though I'm upset at him or whatever the situation is, obviously they have been estranged, but he doesn't deserve to die. And so leaving just automatically from jump, leaving the house and going to Walgreens and Burger King, jurors are not dumb. They're looking at this and they're scratching their head, like they're looking at her a certain way.
Even if only half of these jurors or less than half are parents, somebody who is a parent, or even you look.
Doesn't matter.
My own parents would not act like that. And look, we know that. I think most of us know children process emotions differently than adults. It's just part of life. You kind of that's what life gives you, and you learn how to deal with that as you get older. For a 16-year-old girl to see that, right?
Oh,
I mean, it's just I don't know how the jury can get past that without them saying to themselves, that's not normal.
Jermaine, great comment. This is in the police report. Lori sent Tylee back in for her purse. Yo, I mean, this is sad. This is the sad part. Like what Tylee went through in her final months of life. It's July to September.
And children are not great at hiding their feelings to begin with. Most children are not. Some kids can just turn that off, and so be it. But I kind of lost that because we've seen that body camera video, and there is a couple of shots of Tylee on the body cam, and it's hard to make out exactly what you can only make so much. You can see into their eyes, but there's no way that Tylee. I understand genetics and how important that is, but I just don't think that Tylee processes that in the same way that Lori did. Clearly, because again, Lori had,
I mean, to go back in and grab the purse, and then Tylee was very protective over JJ, and it's true. He did tell staff at the school at Life Academy that his dad was just traveling. Meanwhile, Lori had told the school, and this is according to sources, we have already reported this, is she had said Charles took his own life. All the school did was Google this, just like a lot of people did, and found out the truth. Yeah. And then she withdraws him from the school. She gets rid of the service dog, gives the service dog back, and they go to Idaho. And Tylee only went to Idaho, really. Colby told me when we interviewed him in 2020, she did not want to go to Idaho. But she was very protective over JJ and was basically like a mom figure to him. Kay Woodcock has been saying time and again through this whole thing that Lori was tired of being a mother to JJ, who obviously was challenging because of his special needs. Not challenging necessarily in a bad way, but it just comes with the challenges you expect as a 7-year-old with autism. And the justification is to call him a zombie. And the justification is to call Tylee a zombie. when they're in Idaho. This has all been adjudicated, and she's a convicted murderer now. So this is all the context we have. Obviously, the jury doesn't. But man, it's just, I think that's what hits home as we remind ourselves what the kids went through during all this time. And right now, the jury's getting a good look at the timeline and how bad this looks on July 11th, 2019.
Yeah, the optics clearly are not working in her favor. And a lot of what we just discussed may or may not come up in cross-examination if Lori takes the stand. But you have to imagine the state is going to weave those in and out because they know that cross-examination of Lori will most likely be the last witness of this trial. That is like, you know, I would imagine if Lori doesn't have any other witnesses and she decides to take a stand, that is going to be the lasting impression. Yeah. And I would think from the state's perspective, that is for them the best case scenario.
Yeah, and worse I don't see why it would benefit Lori, but her ego, right, could be saying otherwise than what actually makes sense. You could just shut your mouth, but obviously she's representing herself, so she has chosen to do the opposite.
And her paralegal may be saying that, look, you got to consider that you're going to probably be the last witness on the stand. The last witness the jury hears from is going to be you.
And the only.
Right.
Maybe.
And the state's not going to go easy on her. That's never going to happen.
So, all right, guys. So we're going to take a quick break, but back on the stand is Ariel Werther in about half an hour. Witness number 18, day 6 of trial. See you in a little bit.
The prosecution is present, the defense is present. Jury is not present. Apparently you have a witness issue this afternoon.
Yes, Your Honor. Detective Duncan was out ill yesterday and ill Sunday as well, and was not doing well as the morning went along, so I did send him home, and so Detective Werther will be our last witness today.
Okay.
I presume that Detective Duncan will be hopefully better tomorrow.
Right. All right, so depending on, well, when we finish with this witness, whether it's before or after our noon break, or afternoon break, we'll conclude for the day at that time.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sorry about that.
Is there anything else that we need to discuss before we bring the jury in?
Not that the state's aware of.
No? Okay. Let's bring the jury in. All right, the jury is now present. Everyone may be seated. You can continue with this witness.
Thank you. So Detective, before the break, we had just admitted Exhibit 209, a PowerPoint that you created utilizing the GPS data that was extracted from Charles Vallow's phone, correct?
Yes.
The cell tower data that you obtained through, that you were able to obtain from search warrants on cell phones for Lori Vallow and Alex Cox.
Correct.
As well as incorporating some of the video that you had obtained from Burger King and the Walgreens.
That's right.
All right. We had attempted to see if you could control this from your location, but you were not able to, right?
Correct.
So I'm going to have you sort of tell me as we go through when to proceed to the next stop, okay?
Very good.
So on this first page, is this just describing for us the cell phones and the data, where you obtained the data from?
Correct.
Okay. Can you talk to us about what we're seeing here? What is this for?
Yes, so I tried to have a slide for each set of records incorporated into the presentation. These are records I was provided. It's not necessarily the case that every one of these things is depicted at some point in the presentation, but these are all the records I was provided, about this number ending in 5452. Throughout the presentation, I'll refer to most of the numbers by their last four digits. It's just easier than listing the whole thing out, and they all have unique last four. So the listed subscribers is listed there, and then also the contact name that was listed in the subscriber records, and then you can see what each of the files was, primarily CSV or XLSX files. These are spreadsheets like you would open in Excel.
Okay. Next.
Yep. Okay, there we are. This is the same title for a different phone number ending 9562. You'll notice this one is T-Mobile, and the way T-Mobile provided their records is a lot fewer spreadsheets. It just happens to be the case that Verizon tends to provide an awful lot of files. It's just the way they maintain their records, and we don't control that.
So some of them have records that one spreadsheet may include everything from calls to cell tower locations, and others, they separate them all out.
Correct. Different businesses choose to keep their records different ways. We don't dictate it. We take what we're given, and then we analyze that.
So this 9562 number is for Lori Vallow.
That's what the subscriber information listed, yes. And here we have the records related to a Verizon number ending 9120, listed subscriber, Mr. Alex Cox. This is again Verizon, so as you can see, we have that multiple number of spreadsheets in the manner that they tend to provide them.
And those are sort of the things that were on those thumb drives when we were talking
Correct.
about each exhibit.
Correct. And then this is going to represent the data extracted from Mr. Vallow's phone after the fact. This report that I incorporates only the locations logged by the device. There's other data on the phone that I don't address here.
Okay. And then you referred to the evidence item of the CH131035-001.
Yes.
And that's impound number for that cell phone.
Yes, that's the Chandler PDSI number for that particular device from which the data was extracted. I mentioned some of this earlier, but again, I have it on the screen here representing that these are location data expressed as latitude-longitude pairs, as you would see in many other circumstances. Any given device may log them more frequently or less frequently, but we can examine the phone and see if they are present. And then for the data point marker, if you would click advance once, when it's represented on the screen, it's going to be represented as a dot with no particular radius, because the way that the device stored the location, it provides a latitude and a longitude, but it doesn't make any assertion as to what the error rate on that is. It just says, here's the latitude and longitude that the device recorded on this date at this time. As we go through and we're looking at location data inferred from cell site connections, you will see pins on the map, and they're color-coded because one of the easier ways for people to tell which thing we're looking at is what color it is. So you saw in the last slide, I had assigned the GPS location data the color of red, it's just as an arbitrary assignment. And then we have blue for one of the phone numbers attributed to Lori Vallow. We have purple for one of the other phone numbers attributed to Lori Vallow. We have green for the number attributed to Alex Cox. When you see these, those will be what they're associated with. And also, because that could be hard to remember, each slide that represents those records will have tabs up at the top to remind people of what they represent. We can advance, I think. This shape that you will see when we're dealing with cell site connections, this is a visual representation of what the estimated coverage area of a particular cell site would look like if you were above it looking down. So there's the way that the records are stored and the way that they're returned to us by the cell phone providers. They will indicate a date and a time a connection was made. They'll give sufficient information to identify the tower to which it connected and also the face of the tower. So cell phone towers have multiple faces that a device could connect to, and that's going to indicate a direction generally. And then one can estimate what the coverage area of that face of the tower might be, and that's represented on the map as an estimate of the device's likely location area.
So when we're talking about the cell phone itself giving you the GPS location, is that more specific than this cell tower data that you're receiving from the providers like Verizon and T-Mobile?
Yeah, so there's a distinction between precision and accuracy, right? So precision is how precisely the thing is defined. So what area? So when the GPS location data says this exact latitude and longitude to some number of decimal places was logged at this time, that's very precise. That doesn't mean it has to be very accurate, but it does mean it's quite precise. What you will see when these devices are connecting to cell towers is you're going to see relatively large areas where the device is inferred to have been. It likely was in that area. This is different because the device didn't record this location. The provider recorded that on this date, at this time, this mobile device connected to this tower on this face, and we know or are able to determine the approximate coverage areas of those towers. But it's not more precise than that. It's a much more general area. This is another representation of that shape. So this shape is derived by people in the industry by testing the way that these antennas work in what's called an anechoic chamber, which is a fancy word for a room that's designed to reduce the interference with the propagation of radio waves. So if this represents what a coverage area might look like under lab conditions, one thing to keep in mind is that the real world basically never mirrors lab conditions. This is an estimated area where you would expect an antenna to likely have coverage. And that's what it's represented for. And then if you click forward, it just shows the direction the antenna face was pointing. If you are looking at one of these shapes on the map, then that center line is what's known as the azimuth, which is essentially just the angle at which that face of the tower was recorded to have been facing.
So you're not able to tell us within this area where the cell phone may have been located?
Not without a different type of data or a separate corroboration. It's to say that the likely coverage area where the device likely was is somewhere in that red shaded area.
And so when you talked about trying to use other sources to verify this, we talked about Charles Vallow's phone and looking at the GPS data, for instance, with the Walgreens. Are you doing the same thing with the cell tower?
Yes, that's correct. It's with any of the data that we're given that asserts to represent the location of a person or of a device. One of the first things one wants to ask is, okay, well, how reliable is that? And what ways can we determine if it's reliable? And so in all instances, I'm looking to see other corroboration that that location data appears to be accurate. This is an example of what the mapping will look like that you'll see throughout this. So this is just a section taken from a slide that was generated, and I put it up front so you can see in advance what it's likely to look like at different points. So if you click forward, this is going to represent in Google Earth Pro, they have this timeline slider bar that allows one to interact with what time it is. So up top, that should be visible, and there'll also be notation, and it'll show approximately when the events depicted on the screen took place, and it'll be a range. It can be widened or narrowed as needed. And if you'll click forward. So as we just discussed, the estimated location for the device ending 9120 would be somewhere in that green shaded area. And if you'll click forward, the iPhone, which was recording its locations as pinpoints, those are all expanded out, but you see how the lines all draw to the same approximate place. That means that for a period of time, it was in a same location, and when one clicks on it, they all balloon out to show that they're all tied back, tied back to that same place. So you would expect the iPhone to be in the area where those all tie together. And if one zooms in, you get a more precise look at that. And then if you click forward, then the estimated location for 5452, somewhere in the lavender shaded area, you'll notice that they're sized differently. This size is an estimate based on cell phone tower density. It can vary by provider, and it can vary by the area because as a general rule, cell phones seek the strongest connection that they have available to them. So when the device connects to the tower, that tower's area may be greater if there is less density of cell towers around, and it may be smaller if there's more density. And then the last thing is a reminder of what those tabs up top are for. Those are just to help a viewer keep track of what they're seeing on the screen.
Right. So you told us that you mapped just July 11th of 2019, correct?
Correct. So this animation is showing location data derived from the cell phones. You'll see the tab up top reminding you what the color coding means. and it shows the True by Hilton, 1950 South Santan Village Parkway, and that the location data is in that area in the early morning hours and also in a few areas nearby, but then returns to that area.
I don't know why I did that. Hold on. So we're looking, you have 7:16. Charles' iPhone is in the area of the True Hilton. So this is AM, correct?
Yeah, so it's, and forgive me, I'm going to use military time because it's what we do, but 0000 is midnight through 7:16. This animation covers that range of time, and it's playing through what the locations do as one scrolls through that time, including that they end and the True by Hilton. These can be somewhat graphically intensive.
Okay. So as you're continuing through the morning, you continue mapping the GPS of Charles's phone?
Yes, so
I don't know why it's doing this. Okay.
we may need a different machine.
May need to what?
A different machine. Okay, this time frame that you saw depicted partially is showing that from 7:16 to 7:31, all the individual recorded locations describe a path, and that path leads from the True Hilton along major roadways generally, and then comes at around 7:31 to the area of 5531 South Four Peaks Place. And then it goes slightly past that to 7:37, which marks the last outgoing communication sent by the device before the shooting is known to have occurred.
We'll keep trying this one, and if it messes up again, I'll switch to the other one.
All right.
So just so we know, when was the 911 call?
The 911 call was at 8:36.
So at 7:37, you see the last outgoing communication. That's a text message sent by the phone?
Correct. This is advancing from 7:37 to 7:49 and showing those various location hits in the general area of the Four Peaks Place house. And then at about 7:50, which as it notes is 45 minutes before the call would be made to 911, the device leaves the area. And then it zooms out and it shows that it is 7:52, which is about 43 minutes before the call will be made to 911. The device associated with Alex Cox, specifically the 9120 device, makes an outgoing call to the 9562 device associated with Ms. Lori Vallow.
All right, so we see the little house icon is the residence where the shooting occurred, correct?
Correct.
And we see Lori Vallow's phone at this point at 9:52 utilizing a cell tower that is overlaps some, but it appears to be away from the residence.
Yes, so the pin is the location of the cell tower that is being connected to in each of these cases. So yes, one would notice that the cell tower being serviced for Ms. Vallow's device is a bit farther to the north in this case.
And then you said that there is a call from Alex Cox's cell phone to Lori Vallow's cell phone?
That's correct. So we've added on the map the location of the Burger King at 2865 East Ocotillo Road, and you can see the red dots again representing the GPS locations from Charles Vallow's phone, arriving at around that time. So we're looking from 7:53 to 7:56, and the device is at or near where that Burger King is located.
Okay. And so when you went to Burger King, let me ask this. The prior map that we saw, did that cell tower cover the area of where this Burger King was or is?
It may have. The thing is, all these locations are estimates, so it's in the area. It likely covered it, yes.
Did you then utilize that video that we talked about to confirm that Charles Vallow's phone showing in this area appeared to match the SUV as well as Ms. Vallow being there?
Yes, it appears to match this visit to the Burger King, which we are now seeing. This is the video that I recovered from the Burger King.
All right, so this was a video that, so you could identify the vehicle and at least see the license plate on that?
Correct.
And as you watched it, this one doesn't depict the, or you can't see the driver in on this video, right?
Right, there's another view coming up.
Okay. So this one just shows us hands going in and out?
It does. It shows the view showing the vehicle. This is one of the views that they have of their drive-through.
So if we forward to the next slide,
Yes,
we will see from the inside the service of.
correct. So this is their drive-through window view. Again at 7:54. Bless you.
And so did this appear to match the receipt that you had received?
This did appear to match the receipt, and this I was told as well, and that document was associated with this transaction.
So the time matched up as well as what they appear to be purchasing
Correct.
from the video?
Correct.
Now, in this video, were you able to see if there was someone in the back seat?
I can't particularly tell if there's someone in the back seat.
So you could tell there was a passenger, though?
Front seat passenger, yes. All right, so we see the vehicle pulling away. It's almost 7:56 according to their timestamp. We can now advance. This video as well is going to show at about 7:56 as the vehicle leaves from that view at the drive-through.
So again, we're seeing that the times that are documented on Charles's phone seem to appear with what you're looking at from other independent sources.
That's correct. So here we have the location data from Mr. Vallow's iPhone is now moving north. You see those few hits that are rendered in red. That's from 7:56 to 8:06. So that's the time that the vehicle just left and going forward 10 minutes. And then at 8:06, there is this outgoing call from Alex Cox's device to Lori Vallow's device. And you can see the service area for Ms. Vallow's device has also moved north to an area that covers the same area where you see those red data points for Mr. Vallow's iPhone.
So now it's clear that from the mapping that Charles Vallow's phone, the GPS data appears to be in the general area of where Lori Vallow's cell phone is utilizing a cell tower.
That's correct.
And Alex Cox's phone appears to be utilizing a cell tower in the area of the residence at 5531 South Four Peaks.
That's correct.
Then we have a phone call at 8:06. At this time, has 911 been called?
Nope. This location data now goes to an area where there is a Walgreens in Chandler. This is, again, location data for Mr. Vallow's phone. And then it goes north and west to a different Walgreens. This Walgreens at 785 South Cooper Road is the one from which I eventually obtained video. And we see it's arriving around 8:16 in the morning.
Did you go to that other Walgreens?
I did not go to that other Walgreens.
Did you call them?
I did not.
So you picked the right one. You called this Walgreens. Were you able to see that the phone was there for a while?
Yes.
And did that give you a clue that this was the Walgreens that might have some relevant information?
More likely, correct.
So we see those red dots again identified as Charles Vallow's iPhone, the GPS data that was extracted from it. And we see that his phone is in that area around 8:08.
Well, it moves to that area. So at 8:08, it was at the one on Lindsay. And then from 8:08 to 8:17, it moves up to the one on Cooper. And that's where we are now, is at around 8:17.
And we can tell that from the up on the left-hand corner.
The slider up top. Yep.
Okay. So then you went to that Walgreens after you confirmed and you obtained video from them?
That's right.
And is this the video?
This is the video. You can see the timestamp at 8:16 as she walks in. And then I think we can advance to the next. So these are just multiple views that they had. The video at the door was motion activated, so I don't control when it starts or ends. Those are the clips that they had.
So she's buying 2 pairs of flip-flops.
As indicated in the receipt. So you'll see on their timestamp, we're now up to 8:20, and the transaction is completed. Yeah, I think we can go to the next slide. All right, so this shows now a time span from 8:17 to 8:33. You see that the next location hits move over to Lawrence Life Academy at 8:33 at 1305 South Gilbert Road. So this is a couple minutes before the 911 call, and then we see the 911 call depicted in that coverage area in the green towards the bottom of the screen, and it shows 8:35 and 54 seconds is when the outgoing 911 call is placed. It shows that number there to 911, indicating that the call is outgoing from the 9120 number associated with Mr. Alex Cox. And the last location data that we see in this time span for Mr. Vallow's iPhone is up by the Gilbert and Ray area.
So where we see that red dot is where Lawrence Life Academy is, or in the general area of that.
Correct.
And then we see that still back at the residence at 5531 South Four Peaks is Alex Cox's cell phone, and this is when he finally makes the 911 call at 8:35.
That's correct. This is an excerpt from the Chandler Police Department's CAD report in this manner, showing the call received and connected at 8:36 and 21 seconds. And this is specifically relative to this case. You can see our report number in the first line of text entered by the call taker.
And is that, again, to verify that phone call you're seeing occurring on Alex Cox's phone records matches up with what is being received?
Exactly. And then here at 8:49, we would see, looking at the location data on Mr. Vallow's phone, it's moving south, and that it's about at 8:49 that it arrives in the neighborhood at 5531 South Four Peaks Place, rather, and specifically on that street. So just looking at the data, you would expect the device has now arrived in the area of the house at about 8:49.
Now, you told us that this GPS data, that you have no control over when a phone is documenting that. So it's not like every minute or every 5 minutes that it does that.
Correct.
You're just given the data you're given. That's when it marked again that where it was.
Correct.
Did you then, again, to try to confirm that this is, in fact, his phone is back in the area by looking to body cam footage to show the arrival of Lori Vallow and Tylee Ryan?
Correct. So one way of corroborating if the device is traveling with her and if it arrives at about the same time, our body cameras are all time-stamped. The officer happened to be wearing his upside down, so I'll fix that for you in a moment on this slide, but you can see the timestamp there. And if we advance, I highlight a couple of things about this slide. I highlight the sandals. I invert the timestamp so you can read it properly, and I do the conversion because it's in Zulu time, which is Greenwich Mean Time, which is always 7 hours ahead of Arizona. So you have to do a little conversion to get to 8:48 in the morning.
So that, again, matches with the GPS data from Charles Vallow's phone showing that his phone was now back on scene.
Correct.
Now, you continued to track the phone for the day.
Yes, so this shows the time span 8:49 to 9. The phone is near the Four Peaks house, as was Alex Cox's device. Advancing a little bit, we see that now Alex's device is up in the area of the Chandler Police Department, and another way that I can check that that appears to be accurate is that I know that he was transported there at about that time.
All right, so we saw, before this went purple, that Lori Vallow's cell phone and Alex Cox's cell phone were in the area of the 5531 South Four Peaks,
Yes,
along with Charles's iPhone.
yes,
And then we see movement of Alex's phone to the Chandler Police Department.
yes, that area where it was at the end of the slide before the animation overpowered the machine was showing a coverage area that includes the Chandler Police Department.
So what are we seeing here then?
Okay, this is just advancing forward through the day, so showing that if you go to the noon hour, then between 12:13 and 12:36, the device moves up to an area by Santan Village Parkway in the 202. And then there is a tower connection with Ms. Vallow's device ending in 9562, showing that device is also in an area served by that tower.
So in this time frame then of 12:30, we see both Charles Vallow's cell phone GPS data and Lori Vallow's cell phone utilizing a cell tower in the area of Santan.
Yes, that's right. So this is again showing the trail of those location data points moving forward in time as Charles Vallow's device is moving roughly east. And you can see also connections made by Lori Vallow's phone and by Alex Cox's phone in similar areas at similar time frames until we get to a point where the device arrives at this house at 1658 East Shari Street in Santan, which I understand to be Mr. Alex Cox's residence at the time.
All right, so the address of 1658 East Shari Street in Santan was Mr. Cox's residence. And now at 1:40 or so, 1:30 to 1:40, we're talking about Charles Vallow's phone sending GPS data that it's in that area.
Yes, that's correct. So now looking at 1342 to 1407, so that's 1:42 to 2:07 p.m. You see multiple tower hits from both of Lori's devices, and you also see persistent GPS location data from Mr. Vallow's device in that same area. Specifically, this call that you're seeing now in the lavender is known to be a call made to Detective Inclan's desk phone.
All right, so we have Lori Vallow in the area of her, utilizing a cell tower in the area of her brother Alex's house, along with Charles Vallow's iPhone being in that area of his house.
Correct.
And then we see a call to Detective Inclan's desk phone by Ms. Vallow.
That's correct.
And were you aware that Detective Inclan had called Lori to ask them to return to the scene?
I was aware of that.
Were you actually at the scene?
At that time, I don't think so.
Okay. You were there earlier.
That's correct.
So,
No, I'm going to correct that. I was there at that time.
okay. You were still at the
I
scene?
was still at the scene at that time, yes.
2 o'clock.
Yes.
All right, so this next map or slide that we see, what is this time frame we're seeing?
Okay, so this advances just a little bit. So it's 1409 to 1418. Again, we still see red location hits for Mr. Vallow's iPhone. We still see blue for Ms. Vallow's 9562 number. And we see this lavender one come up for her 5452 number. It's an outgoing call to a particular phone number that I know to be associated with the Valley of the Sun mortuary. If you advance to the next slide.
Maybe.
Oh, now you can advance. I was just highlighting the number. This is that same number on their website.
So at go back, at 2:18, Lori
Correct.
Vallow is calling the Valley of the Sun mortuary.
Yes. So here we advance this area. This is going up closer to 243. You'll see location data for the iPhone starts trending westward and is eventually going to arrive again in the area of 5531 South Four Peaks. That's at about 3:11 p.m. when it arrives in that area.
Now, you indicate in one of the icons up there that from 209 to 243, or 1409 to 1443, that you also had noted Lori's, both of her phones associated with her, the Verizon and T-Mobile, as well as Alex's Verizon phone, were initially in the area of Alex's house in Santan, and that's sort of throughout that time period, you're saying?
Correct.
And then we see initially Charles's GPS coming back to the residence at 5531 South Four Peaks and arriving there around 2:43.
Arriving there around 3:11. Yep, correct.
So we know that because we have to again look at the slide up at the top. That's when it arrives there.
Correct.
After that, did you become aware that Charles Vallow's cell phone was handed over to Detective Inclan?
I did.
And then presented to someone later in your forensics unit to download, extract, so that you could use it for instance, this.
Correct. It was assigned that item number I listed earlier in the report, and then it was submitted for extraction, and that's how I eventually obtained that location data that you've just seen.
Did you look at any other days to do GPS data?
I did not.
Was this day looked at because you were trying to see what was going on with both Miss Vallow, Alex Cox, as well as Charles, and later just his phone?
Yes, specifically, we initially had concerns about the timeline I was initially asked to look at, and I looked at it at that time, noting those issues, which led to recovery of video and things. Is not primarily my case. I was...
Ladies and gentlemen, phones need to stay off or you will be asked to leave the courtroom.
As it's not primarily my case, beyond that, I would have done whatever else I was asked to do, but I wasn't asked to look at other days in this case.
So ultimately, your what you determined was that the timeline of Lori Vallow leaving when the 911 call was and returning back was not accurate?
Yes, as I understood, based on, again, the multiple different ways now that we're able to corroborate location not only of devices that are relevant, because we knew at this point that she had Charles's phone. We knew numbers for her phones. We have video of her at various places. It led to the inescapable conclusion that either the shooting did not happen that close in time to the 911 call, or that she wasn't there for the shooting. I could not see a third way of interpreting that data.
Thank you. I have no other questions for this witness.
All right, cross.
Detective Werther, you had submitted a report on 12/26/2019, is that correct?
That sounds correct.
And have you had a chance to review that at all before your testimony?
Yes.
Okay. So you found some interestingly contrasting things in your report that you reported on that date. You made a note of his daily text message of love and devotion to me. Do you remember that?
I do not.
Okay. Then you also made a note of his interactions with women he was attempting to date. Is that correct?
I do remember that.
Okay. Detective Werther, in your report on Bates page 103, you indicate that Charles went to the airport to meet Florence Hughes and found that she never boarded. Is that correct?
Hold on.
Object to relevance.
What's the relevance of that?
It's just in his report, Your Honor, and I was just going over it to see if...
Well, everything in a police report isn't necessarily relevant. Well, how's it relevant to this case?
It's relevant to show what was going on in this, right before this happened. These events happened within June and July.
All right, it's the objection sustained.
Did you learn who Florence Hughes was?
And I'm going to object again to relevance.
Sustained.
In your report, Detective, you find evidence that Charles did in fact send someone $1,000.
And I would object to relevance again.
Sustained.
And I would object to relevance to all of these types of questions.
When you had, what was your role in going through the data from the phone, from my husband's phone?
So primarily I went through the location data because of the concerns we had about timeline. I know I went through other data associated with other accounts, but I don't believe I specifically went through the phone extraction outside of the location data.
Okay. But in your report, you made a lot of notes to these things, but that wasn't what you were looking for? You just happened upon it? How did that happen?
So there are things found, I think many of those may be related to a Google account. And yes, as certain things were being accomplished as a team, sometimes you'll task out and say, would you look through this to see what you find that may be relevant? And it isn't always clear up front in an investigation what's going to be relevant. So when I see communications between people without knowing the full story, particularly when I'm not the primary case agent, I may note things because I want to make sure the case agent knows of them so he or she can decide if that's a thing that needs to be pursued further. And if they think it is, then they can ask me or someone else, or they can do it themselves. But that would be why some of those things are documented.
Okay. And you wrote them in your report because you thought they might be relevant?
Yes, not knowing the full case, I noted things like that that may be relevant.
And that would need to go to the case agent so he could decide if those were relevant or not as well.
Correct. The case agent has much fuller information, particularly as a long-term investigation goes on. As somebody who's just helping out with certain tasks, it's not always obvious to you what things are going to be relevant to the person who knows the entirety of the case.
So you mentioned in your report that on July 10th, there was a scheduled phone date with Nancy Jo Hancock. Is that correct?
I think I did indicate that in my report, yes.
Okay. And then on the next day, there was another date scheduled with a Jennifer Gilbert at 12 o'clock.
That sounds correct.
And then the next day, there was another date scheduled with a Juliet at 10 a.m.
And obviously trying to smear the victim.
All right, the objection sustained.
Detective, did you find searches for these dates for my husband back
Hold
to?
on.
If we can
hold
do a
on.
sidebar.
Sustained.
This is a different question,
No,
Your Honor.
whether he went on dates or had dates scheduled is not relevant to this case. Ask another question. You can ask about the date of the person that testified the night before because that person was in here and had some relevant information. But other than that, any of these other questions are not relevant.
Detective, you talked about going with Detective Moffat to the hotel room where you found my husband's laptop. Is that correct?
That's right.
Okay. And then was also his iPad in there?
I believe so.
And then you said some suitcases?
Correct.
Maybe his briefcase was like a rolling suitcase?
It may have been. We may be describing the same thing differently. I didn't personally inventory the items. I helped to package them and take them back to the station.
Okay. So when you got there, does that stuff go in evidence bags? I mean, how does that work when you got to the hotel room? Can you walk us through that?
Sure. There are different ways that one could do it. Pardon me. If the crime had occurred at the hotel room, it might be done in a different way. In this case, just clearing out someone's hotel room instead of unpacking everything there and searching through all of it in the hotel room and then repacking it all there, sometimes it's much more appropriate to take the items as they are, seal them up, take them back to the station and impound them where they can be dealt with later as needed. So that's what we did in this case.
And then so with the electronic devices, were they off already or were they on? How did that work out?
I didn't check the condition of them, but I also didn't alter the condition of them.
So nobody got on there and opened it up or anything to see if it was powered on or not?
I did not do that.
Okay. And it was just you and Detective Moffat in there, is that correct?
That's right.
Okay. So after you collect all those things and then you take them with you to go to evidence, is that correct?
Yes, that's right.
And so how long about do you think that you were there at that hotel room?
I no longer recall exactly how long we were there.
And then is someone documenting that? Like as you're putting together things, someone's writing down what that is? What you're taking?
Oh, writing down what the items are. Yes, we do document what the items are that we're taking, typically by at the station entering that into our report management system where they're assigned numbers like the one that you saw for the cell phone earlier. And then an evidence continuity begins when they're submitted to the property and evidence unit.
And then was there anything left in there that wasn't taken? I mean, just kind of clear out all of his things.
Anything left in the room?
Correct.
I do not believe we left anything in the room.
Okay. So then all of the things were taken into custody, and that was the end of your association with them?
That's right.
Okay. But you were instrumental in delivering them, is that correct?
Yes, I assisted in packaging and delivering them, yes.
And that was just you and Detective Moffat?
Yes, that's right.
In the course of your investigation, Detective, did you become aware of the $2 million life insurance policy Charles had on me?
I'm not aware of that.
In the course of your investigation, with my husband's phone, did you come across the threatening text messages from him to me?
I don't believe I saw text message content from his phone. From the phone, I restricted what I was looking at to the location data I had been given. So I'm not aware of contents of the phone.
Okay. And then, Detective, what was your role back at the house at Four Peaks Place? Approximately what time did you arrive and then leave the scene?
I arrived, it's indicated in my report, and I wouldn't want to hazard a guess because I don't recall, but I remained at the scene essentially, as mentioned, to shadow and observe the way these investigations are conducted. I know I was still there when the medical examiner arrived. I know I was still there when Mr. Cox came back, but exactly what time I left, I do not know.
Okay. And you mentioned you were shadowing Detective Kuntz, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And did you stay with him the whole time?
Yes.
And so you just kind of helped him doing what he was doing?
Yes, and I'm not confident how much I was there helping as much as observing. I didn't actually perform any particular tasks while I was there because, again, I was not on the team yet.
So you were observing mostly?
Mostly.
And then did you take notes while you were observing or just
I did not.
physical with the eyes?
I was just there to observe, yeah.
Okay. You had mentioned that you had called me on July 12th, is that correct?
Yes, that's right.
And that I had told you that I had when you asked me about information about JJ's school, I gave that to you, correct?
Correct.
And then I told you that I had the hotel key, is that correct?
Correct.
And you indicated that you'd send someone over to pick it up.
Well, yes,
Correct.
I said I would check with the case agent, and that's probably what would happen.
And then, so did you contact Detective Moffat and discuss that with him?
I did.
And then he sent you over to the house to get it?
Well, we agreed to go together. Oh, to the house, I'm sorry.
Oh, to come pick up the card key?
Yes, I think we agreed that I would go do that, yes.
Okay, what about time was that? Was that on the 12th?
It was on the 12th. It's in my report. I think it was the 2 o'clock hour.
Okay. And then you weren't with Detective Moffat at that time?
I was not.
And then when did you guys actually go to the hotel to pick up that stuff?
We went right after that.
Oh, it was immediate?
Yes.
How long, Detective, did you analyze all this data before you did your report?
Well, that could be a complicated question because initially I only looked at the location data I had been provided. And initially we were only dealing with the location data from Mr. Vallow's phone. And then I wasn't heavily involved in the investigation after that point. As I recall, I was actually out of town some, and so I wasn't heavily involved. And then if you advance to some years later when I had learned more how to interpret cell phone records, and those cell phone records still existed, I was asked to look at them and to incorporate them into an overall analysis. So that now we're talking about something that occurred several years later. And the exact amount of time I spent doing that, I don't know exactly how long that would have been. I still did restrict my analysis to just that one calendar day.
In the first place, and then you got more data later?
I know there is more data, but I have not gone through and done a thorough analysis of all of the data that has been assembled over the course of whatever time frame has been determined to be relevant in this case. I was asked to look at the day of the event.
Okay. But you had other data in this report that was dated 12/26, is that correct?
Yeah, that seems right.
How long before that 12/26 report did you spend compiling data? That's kind of my question, like weeks or months or just a few days?
I'm not sure I fully understand that question. So if this is what you're asking, when you write, for example, a search warrant to an internet service provider, let's say for somebody's Google or for something similar to that, once you send that, you just have to wait. And at some point they give it back to you. And then once they give it back to you, you go through it and you see what's contained in that. You save it to the side as evidence, and then you create a copy so you can go through that. And that's what I did. The amount of time I spent doing that, that's not something that we log.
Okay. But your report goes from, I guess, Bates page 88 to 105, so about 8 pages worth of data, yeah? Say?
I'm not sure. Is that a question?
Or maybe it was even longer. Did you go to Lauren's Life Academy at any point?
I did not.
And were you able to identify JJ in the front seat of the car at the Burger King?
I wouldn't say that I can definitely identify him.
That you indicate possible juvenile with short dark hair in front passenger seat. Is that correct?
That's what I was able to see on the video.
Okay. That's all we have, Your Honor.
All right, redirect.
When you went to the True Hilton Hotel and picked up all of Charles Vallow's personal property, did you ever review anything from his laptop? Were you provided with extractions from his laptop that you reviewed?
I think I was at one point provided that, yes.
Did you use any of that data from the laptop in creating your PowerPoint?
No.
Did you review anything, any extractions from his iPad?
I don't believe I reviewed the iPad.
So obviously, did you use that in your PowerPoint?
No.
In your understanding, why were you only asked to look at the day of July 11th of 2019?
My understanding specifically was because we were looking at the very significant to us fact that the timelines that we had been told appeared to be inaccurate. The purpose of what I looked at was to examine whether that inaccuracy was supported by or refuted by various different types of location data, video data, other evidence. And again, that's specifically what I looked at, is does it appear that this device, as I had been told, was actually traveling with Miss Vallow, or does it not appear to be the case? And doesn't matter to me what the outcome was, but as you can see, there are indications that it was. Beyond that, if someone had asked me, oh, well, now there's some relevant question we want you to look at an expanded timeline for, I would have been happy to do so. But I was not asked to do that in this case.
So were you trying to determine whether or not it was accurate if you had not or been advised that the shooting occurred just before 911 was called?
Correct.
And did what you learned match up with that?
No, again, as I said, I will say that the device has clearly departed the scene well before the 911 call and does not return until after the 911 call. The distances make it entirely implausible that the device went all that way that quickly, plus the timestamps are logged prior to the event. And so again, I could see only two possible interpretations. Either the shooting happened much earlier than we were told, or the device and the person bearing it, which I understand to be Ms. Vallow, left well before the shooting occurred. I don't see a third option.
Thank you. No other questions?
Are there any questions for this witness from any member of the jury? I don't see any. Sir, you can step down.
Thank you.
All right, members of the jury, I've been informed that a witness that was scheduled for this afternoon has become ill and would not be able to appear this afternoon. So we're going to break early for the day. The schedule for the rest of the week will be 10:30 to 4:30 for Wednesday and Thursday. So plan on 10:30 to 4:30 for both of those days. You're free to go for the rest of the day. Please remember the admonition. We'll see you tomorrow at 10:30 a.m.
All right, jury.
All right. Well, an early day in court. Fox 10 investigator Justin Lum here with Special Projects EP George Obi. Day 6 is now over, and it looks like we could have gotten some more witnesses on the stand, but Nate Duncan is under the weather. He is the lead detective on this case, and that is going to be huge testimony whenever he does take the stand. But 3 more witnesses now. You're looking at the state seal court ending a bit
Nothing
early
from the
today.
state, Your Honor.
From the defense.
A little housekeeping.
I can't think of anything, Your Honor.
All right, we'll see you tomorrow at 10:30.
All right. So Lori Vallow Daybell cannot think of anything else she can address today. She has had a busy day cross-examining Mr. Werther there, Detective Ariel Werther, who took us through a lot of technical. We got the whole timeline of events from the day of July 11th, 2019. But definitely strong testimony. Maybe not the juiciest details, but we've been all around that from the personal, humanistic side of things to now very much the nitty-gritty and the logistics of how this all went down.
Yeah, the very important piece of this case is, again, setting up, we talked about this before, the motive part, but there is a technical aspect. The state needs to prove and needs to show the jury Lori's whereabouts, and where she was is telling. Where she was certain times of the morning as it relates to the shooting is very important, because as we saw in his testimony, they were able to track her with Charles's phone, among other phones, but Charles's phone specifically, and the GPS data, where she was in relation to when the 911 call was made, how quickly she was able to get to these locations, and why some of what she was saying didn't match up with the data they have. And that's very hard to disprove, because, again, first of all, they do this all the time. This is not some new thing that they're doing.
It's not a new technology.
No. And so we all have a digital footprint. We all know what that is. And he even mentioned it. He personally keeps his GPS off, but he knows a lot of people do not. And so that's the data that they were able to use. And I thought, we talk a lot, that sometimes this testimony it gets too techie and maybe people don't follow along. Say it again. This is why it's important as a jury. If you're ever a juror, definitely keep notes. It will help you. It will help you make sense of things. Or if you're on a jury where you have the ability to ask questions afterwards, as we've seen in this case, that is very helpful too. And I thought, since they already made the PowerPoint, they already had the PowerPoint ready, I personally was able to kind of follow along, and I thought, I thought it made sense.
I mean, it can be complicated at the beginning, but he is showing you how she had Charles's phone with her the entire time. That is the GPS locator basically matching up where she, and so crucial for the jury to see her in the Burger King drive-thru, just, not long after leaving the scene of the shooting. And then what we haven't seen before, which I'm just fascinated by, is the Walgreens video.
Yeah, we were talking about that this morning because we've looked through mounds of evidence in this case. I had not remembered seeing that video. So this was our first time seeing it in court. And we, I think, we had seen the Burger King video.
Yeah.
And that was, that was telling in and of itself. But not only did we see the Walgreens video, her going in, buying the sandals and all that stuff, then we see her wearing them when she returns to the crime scene. So,
and right now you guys are looking at basically what we were watching in court, and it gives you basically the breakdown of Charles's iPhone and where that location is in this presentation, basically color-coded, Charles in red, Lori's phone in blue, and then Alex's phone in green. And at this time, it doesn't appear that any call to 911 has been made yet. And so all of this has been discussed leading up to this testimony. And now the jury is just getting this really, really intricate breakdown of how this all unfolded as she walks in to buy 2 pairs of flip-flops after her husband has just been shot and killed. She was there for the gunshot. She definitely was inside the house.
Right. And so Werther's it's funny, his last testimony on the redirect, he was laying out the possible scenarios. He only saw 2 scenarios, not a third. I thought that was telling, kind of a lasting impression for the jury. So they know, look, the shooting either happened earlier than was told to us, or that she was moving around well before the 911 call was made. And this was part of what he was showing on the PowerPoint, was her location to when Alex made the call. And now, of course, we're seeing the Walgreens video. So tracking her.
Look at that.
Right.
8:16 a.m.
Keep in mind, so you're seeing this. You're seeing a woman on surveillance in a Walgreens when moments earlier, right, she was in a house where her brother shot and ultimately killed her husband. And then yet she's in Walgreens buying flip-flops.
Yeah, it's the visuals like this that will play in the heads of jurors, as this case goes on. And even after this is over, this body cam footage, the interview done with Chandler PD, we talked about it earlier with the panel of experts, just what the optics are. People putting themselves in the situation of Lori Vallow Daybell and how they would react. I'm sure it's much, much different than how this is being handled, what we're watching here.
I mean, let's go back to when Thursday, when Kay took the stand, okay? We heard from Nate, we heard from people in the courtroom that Lori's hands were shaking before she went to go interview or cross-examine Kay Woodcock on the stand. And that's just, you're cross-examining somebody in a court of law compared to being in a home where you just saw your brother shoot and kill your husband. And there's just a stark difference in her demeanor. To me, that's, I know we're talking, 4 or 5 years apart here, but if she's that nervous to cross-examine her, former
sister-in-law,
yeah, and yet she's walking into a store buying flip-flops after her husband is killed. So
yeah, and then going through the Burger King drive-thru and taking her child to school, and then coming back and still having that same demeanor that we've talked about. She obviously went through a lengthy cross-examination of Cassandra Inclan today. I don't know how that came across to the jury, but obviously she was trying to make it seem like she wasn't given a fair shake, even though she was clearly in the family advocacy room being treated like she was a victim. Now let's take a listen to this. Bite 5, Ariel Werther, you talked about this, summarizing the whole phone timeline.
I will say that the device has clearly departed the scene well before the 911 call and does not return until after the 911 call. The distances make it entirely implausible that the device went all that way that quickly, plus the timestamps are logged prior to the event. And so again, I could see only 2 possible interpretations. Either the shooting happened much earlier than we were told, or the device and the person bearing it, which I understand to be Ms. Vallow, left well before the shooting occurred. I don't see a third option.
The way he explains it, very clear, very concise. His gesture is body language towards the jury, too.
We've seen that a few times. The DPS detective, same thing. You can tell that they've done this before, that they've gotten accustomed to, you're here to talk to the jury, you're here to address the jury. I'm sure the state reminds them of it, but I think that carries a lot of weight with the jury because they tend to pay more attention. You're not just sitting there listening to a conversation between two people in a courtroom. You have a witness talking directly to you.
And then cross-examination. Yep. And when you think that things can't get more, keep using the word interesting, but just wild, just unexpected, what does Lori go for in her strategy? She asks Werther about the phone contents. Now he's talking about location. He's not going through messages.
Right.
Like you're going to hear that from Nate Duncan about messages that are relevant to this. Keyword relevance, guys, relevance. She wants to talk about Charles's dating history, his dating plans. We've been down this road regarding Nancy Jo Hancock, the witness who went on that final date with Charles the night before he was shot and killed. And it's very clear, the jury should know, that Charles is in an estranged marriage at this time, separated, not even living with Lori. This is coming off Lori telling Cassandra Inclan, according to this testimony, that she doesn't even like her husband. And she doesn't have any emotions right after the shooting. So it's very clear that she's not heartbroken at this time, or at least she's not showing it.
Right. She's been, that he was abusive, may or may not have been on HGH, and implying that maybe roid rage had something to do with all of this leading up to the shooting.
Yeah. So Lori herself has basically established that this relationship is on the rocks. Right. If it's not done, it's about to be a done deal. And at this time, the jury doesn't know in this timeline that she's having the affair with Chad Daybell.
Right, they don't know that yet.
But she wants to talk about the dating plans. The dating plans that Charles had and who he was going to meet. And so we just got to listen to this kid. Because Judge Boreski, man, has been patient through this whole thing. Robert, bite 4, please.
And then on the next day, there was another date scheduled with a Jennifer Gilbert at 12 o'clock.
That sounds correct.
And then the next day, there was another date scheduled with a Juliet at 10 a.m.
And obviously trying to smear the victim.
All right, the objection sustained.
Detective, did you find searches for these dates for my husband back to...
If we can do a sidebar.
Sustained.
This is a different question, Your Honor.
Whether he went on dates or had dates scheduled is not relevant to this case. Ask another question. You can ask about the date of the person that testified the night before because that person was in here and had some relevant information. But other than that, any of these other questions are not relevant.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we talked to the judge, Mel, our judge.
Yeah.
And Mel said, protect the record, right? Was it Mel? Mel said that?
I believe
one of our experts basically talked about, Boreski, it sounds like he's coaching her. And I think people could easily get frustrated. Hey, she's supposed to be held to the same standards, even though she's not a professional lawyer. But she chose to represent herself as her own attorney. And here she is asking this question, and the judge is saying, you cannot ask it like this. You want to talk about Nancy Jo Hancock? You want to talk about that testimony? You could bring that up. But Werther doesn't know what she's talking about, or at least, he doesn't have the details on Jennifer, Juliet, Nancy. Or what does that mean to this shooting?
Even if it was relevant, we've talked a lot about opening the door to certain parts of this case that would not be admissible. Yeah, like he said, the state, their objection, you're trying to smear the victim. Well, if you're going to do that, let's bring up, Lori's dating past and her, you know what I mean? So let's open, if you want to open that door, fine. Judge won't allow it, and rightfully so. Mm-hmm. But you are setting yourself up there, I think, Once again, she's done this a few times, setting herself up potentially to bring in stuff that really is, not going to help her case at all. I am curious about the timing of that questioning. Like, I would think you would want to get that out of the way. I still don't know what her paralegal is telling her throughout this about her questions.
Maybe nothing, right? Like, it's her. She could do what she wants. If Lori asks, the paralegal is one thing, but then her counsel behind her, actual public defenders.
I thought the point of the counsel was to help her in this case, and they're not helping her if they're not telling her, look, you can't ask these questions. But is she going rogue? Is she looking at these questions like, I don't like these, I'm just going to ask whatever I want? I mean, I would hope her paralegal is going, hey, you gotta check with me. I'll tell you what's relevant. Even if it's worth the objection, because there are going to be times, I think, where certain questions you ask would be worth of just getting an objection so the jury can kind of see where, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I just don't see it. If you're her paralegal, these are things this distracts from what you're trying to do in your line of questioning.
This looks petty to the jury.
Yes,
I would assume that it looks petty because even Trina K is saying you're trying to smear the victim here, his character, whether he was dating 3 or 4 women or not, whether Charles was a player or not at this time.
Right.
They're talking about a conspiracy to commit murder. All right. So let's still stay on this topic. Obviously, we have a special guest on the line right now, Jennifer McKelvey, a true crime podcaster, host of Pretty Lies and Alibis. If you remember last year, she was a big help in our coverage of the Chad Daybell trial in Idaho as she was in the courtroom. And she's been in the courtroom for this one as well, friend of ours. Gigi, how's it going? And how are you feeling coming out of an early day in court?
Hey, Justin, it's nice to have a few extra hours. Now I got to figure out how to put all these souvenirs into 2 suitcases. That's my job today.
Okay. Well, we're just talking about Lori Vallow Daybell's cross of Detective Werther. And she goes, I feel like the jury can see this like a low blow at Charles, who's obviously dead and not here to defend himself, but the relevance or irrelevance of him having dates lined up.
Yeah, I mean, and honestly to me, Justin, Lori seems a little bit salty that Charles was getting back in the game. That's just the feeling I get. I also think she's trying to do it to show the jury maybe he's not this great guy like, we've heard about. But for me, a lot of her cross-exam has been selfish in nature of, well, are you guys still friends? Are you in-laws now? What did you guys say about me? And, Charles had all these dates. I don't know. I just kind of feel like it's just odd for me to feel that maybe she a little jealous.
Yeah, well, at the same time, during this whole ordeal, she was already in an affair with Chad Daybell. And I don't remember a time during this direct exam where Trina K has even brought up Chad Daybell, because that's not the focus. Her bringing up Chad, she brought it up in opening statements that, according to the prosecution, that's the goal, and the end goal is for Lori to be with Chad and have the $1 million, and that's why all of this happened. But she's not getting into the drama and the affair and all of that. She is talking about a murder conspiracy and what happened leading up and on the day of July 11th, 2019. And she's been breezing through. I mean, we could have got to witness number 19, and it looks like we're going to get done with this case, at least on the state side, very soon.
Right. We had heard tomorrow, but with Detective Duncan being sick, that might push it back a bit. But going back to what you were saying, I am surprised at the lack of mention of Chad, because it's just so integrated into Charles's murder. And it really is something I think that would be strong in her favor to show Lori definitely wasn't the saint. She was the one that had the affair first. She was accusing Charles of doing what she was already doing. So, yeah, that's really surprised me, because that is a strong thing to have in your back pocket, to really discredit her as this wife who had no clue that, her husband was going on dates when she's, looking at malachite rings and planning her wedding to Chad Daybell at this point.
And maybe that's something that Trina saves as like a knockout blow in closing arguments. Maybe she brings up Chad Daybell again there and talks about what happened. Obviously, the door has to be closed on a lot of Idaho details. But judging, and your eyes inside the courtroom, what do you see with the jury? And we keep talking about this question of, are they wondering what happened to JJ and Tylee?
Yeah, and I have to say, there is one juror there. He actually, from a distance, reminds me a bit of Charles Vallow, the way he looks. The other day when Kate Woodcock was on the stand and mentioned the last time she saw JJ in person, he looked so puzzled. You could tell the gears were turning in his mind of, well, maybe why would you not see your grandson for all these years? And the other thing, too, is Lori has referred to Tylee and JJ both in the past tense. And this same juror, he's picking up on it. And you do see other jurors kind of, you can see they're thinking, but one in particular, it's really starting to become clear to a few, I think, that there's a much bigger story they don't know. And so let's hope they don't get lost in the weeds trying to figure that out and lose focus of why they're there. But there's so much missing from the state's case, and the reason we all know is because we can't have a mistrial. But at the same time, I just feel like the jury is confused a lot of times when it comes to other people not associated with the main part of the case. And people have to be wondering. We've heard about Tylee a lot the last couple of days. Why isn't Tylee on the stand? I would imagine some of the jurors are wondering the same thing.
Yeah, and the rules are different in this case. It's not like Idaho where everything's left out, thrown out on the table here, and there's so much evidence. Obviously, there's a lot of evidence here, but they have to play by a certain rules here, and hence why we're not hearing and you wonder what the jury is thinking. They have questions, and they've asked some good questions. What do you think about that as witnesses are done testifying? They've been bringing up some points.
Yeah, and one thing I think is we definitely have somebody on this jury who is in the medical field or something to that nature, because we've had some very specific medical questions relating to the autopsy and then when the EMT testified. Some of the jury questions aren't super telling as far as I think they're leaning one way or the other. But there was a couple of questions yesterday with Social Security, were the benefits stopped after the investigation started? Yes. And I forget the second one. I think maybe it was, did she contact you guys? I forget exactly what the question was, but I remember thinking, okay, they're starting to realize that there's something shady with the Social Security here. She was convicted of that in Idaho for grand theft by deception, which they can't know about. But there's just a lot here. I think that this jury is going to have to try to piece together with a lot of things that are very unclear to them. And but I do think that the state has got to make Lori out to be the one that was having the affair. I'm also surprised we have not seen this body cam footage yet, of Charles begging and pleading.
Yeah.
That may lend back to, I'm afraid she may hurt my kids. Does that sort of cross the line there where it's just not comfortable to bring it up? There are a lot of big pieces of evidence, a lot of information being left out that I think would make a little more clear to this jury that Lori was the one doing the evil deeds and not Charles.
Because we've been talking to Charles's former attorney, and he helped file those divorce papers. This goes back to that night, January 31st, 2019. So you could call on a Gilbert police officer or detective or whatnot and just bring, even without, maybe you could submit that as evidence, that body camera footage. But I don't know, maybe they feel like they have a strong enough case. I mean, Charles is basically pleading to officers multiple times at night and in the day that she's having a mental breakdown. But I think that when we hear from Nate Duncan, we're going to get a lot of those text messages regarding the dark spirits and the conspiracy that they're trying to present between Lori and Chad. They brought up the Valley of the Sun mortuary call. I mean, you could play, I know Chad is not charged, but, there's a phone call there that we heard in Idaho as well.
Right, and I would have played that call and made clear this is the man she was having an affair with, calling about her husband's ashes, doing her dirty work. Yeah, I mean, and these text messages are going to be powerful, because I was just reading through those again last night. It must have been Ned before we got rid of him. I mean, that came from Lori. So maybe they feel they can hang their hat on these text messages to sort of wrap their case up with, because they're good. I just still feel there is something major missing from the state's case. And I think a lot of that is the lack of information given to that jury about the affair with Lori and Chad.
So here's the big question. I know in jury selection, Lori asked jurors, potential jurors, how they would react if she just didn't say anything, didn't present a case, if the state hadn't proved their case, because the burden is on state of Arizona here, the prosecution, to prove there's a conspiracy. But do you think that she's getting the itch and maybe getting more confidence in her cross-examination, even though there are a lot of critics saying she doesn't know what she's doing? But does she say, you know what? I have nothing to lose. I'm going to testify.
I'm telling you right now, Justin, I'm leaning more towards the fact that she will. Just knowing what I know about Lori, I think in her mind, she thinks she can get off on that stand and explain all of this away and convince that jury there was a struggle that day. Alex feared for his life, and he shot Charles. I think she takes the stand, to be honest. And the other big thing, how many of her witnesses are actually going to be able to testify? We don't know. The judge really hasn't ruled yet. So it could be that her defense case is maybe some very limited testimony from family, like her mom and her sister, that was discussed today. But it could be that Lori's defense case is her on the stand. And I think if she does, she'll go for a while. I think she is going to try to pull so much into that testimony if she does. But at the same time, cross-exam, is a beast of its own. And
Exactly.
I think Lori could hold her own in her own mind, though. She comes across as very petty. She comes across really like a middle school, high school mean girl sometimes on cross-exam. But I think she takes the stand. I could be wrong, but like you say, in her mind, what does she have to lose? And I think Lori thinks she's the smartest one in that room, and if she can get up there and tell them her version, then in her mind, I bet you $100 she thinks I can walk out of this charge and be done, and I can thumb it in Kay Woodcock's nose and everybody else's nose who said I planned this.
And Trina K will just be, I would say, licking her chops if she's going to get to cross-examine Lori Vallow Daybell.
Exactly. I was going to say she'd be licking her chops, but in Lori's mind, I think she thinks she's smarter than Trina K, and so I don't think that she would necessarily see that as a challenge. She's gone. Look, Lori has been petty in her cross-exam, but look, it's not the train wreck I thought it would be. I mean, it has been bad at times, but I think the state has objected when it's appropriate to not open that door potentially to cause a mistrial, but they've also given her just enough leeway to sort of be her own undoing. There were times where I was waiting for an objection and it didn't happen, and I thought, well, here's the beauty of her representing herself. The state's just going to let her go until you reach an area that's a danger zone, and I've noticed that, since this trial started, and I think that's a really good chess move. Just let her go, let the jury see who she is. And the change in demeanor between different witnesses, when it started with Kay Woodcock and all of the civilian witnesses, people she knew and had a bond with, the jury really physically reacted to that change in Lori where it became personal and she was snarky and she was rude. That was another big thing I noticed is that when Kay also said that Lori would not let JJ come to the service after she found out that Kay was the beneficiary, where before she'd agreed to let Kay come get him, every single one of those jurors turned and looked at Lori. So I think they are catching on that she is a very manipulative woman. But it's going to be interesting to see how this trial wraps up. Maybe she doesn't take the stand and it's really quick and she does her closing arguments and calls it a day. But I don't know if she can resist being the center of attention, because the bottom line is this too, Justin. Time is ticking for Lori in the media, and she knows it. Once she goes back to Idaho, we're not going to hear anything about her. Maybe something about an appeal or this or that. Maybe somebody gets out that was in with her that can give insight into her demeanor. But Lori knows that, almost 5 years later, this is done. This is about to be over. So does she take the stand just in her one last hurrah? Maybe. I see it coming. We'll see. I'll give my right arm to see that, Justin.
Well, Gigi, we appreciate your time. Thank you for being, eyes and ears inside the courtroom. And yeah, this has been going at pretty quick pace, so we'll see what happens tomorrow. Thanks a lot.
Yeah, thanks for having me on, Justin.
Okay, that's Gigi McKelvey with Pretty Lies and Alibis. Guys, she's just getting out of court. She's on the road, getting back. We appreciate her time. Audio quality, maybe not top tier, but, we just want some perspective of what we're seeing from jurors, how these questions are being asked, more of that demeanor from Lori Vallow Daybell as she goes up to cross-examine these witnesses. So that's why we have this insight here. So we appreciate her time.
Yeah, and she brings up a great point. I mean, we've been looking forward to, if Lori takes the stand, how that cross-exam would go. Trina K could want to treat her as a hostile witness. And I think, I would suspect Trina K is probably salivating at the opportunity. What better way to make your case than put the defendant on the stand? And she knows that the previous two trials, those prosecutors didn't have that luxury. Well, in the previous trial, they didn't have the opportunity to put Chad on the stand either. So,
yeah,
I mean, this I think would be all hands on deck, all eyes on the stream, because Trina is not going to go light. She has no reason to. She has no reason to go easy on Lori in any capacity. Lori's already dug herself a hole, not just by representing herself, but in the cross that she has done on some of these witnesses.
Yeah.
And so I think, I think it'll be, I don't think it'll be quick. I think Trina will take her time. She'll have nothing but time. There is
we've
no.
been moving so quickly. It's like, if you're going to give her that gift, that alley-oop, basically, if you're going to testify, Trina's not going to pull punches. She is waiting for a gift like that.
She's
because
experienced in this. This is not a first rodeo.
She'll be able to pick apart, there are lies. There are lies that have been told. The jury just doesn't know the full story. Right? And they don't have that context. And I think in Idaho, Lori Vallow Daybell had something to lose. She was innocent until proven guilty. Now, she's doing life in prison. She may just say, you know what, I'm going to go up there and testify. I don't care what Trina asks me. I'll have an answer. In her head, she'll have her answer.
And if Trina is the prosecutor that we think and we've heard that she is, she will have a way, like a lot of prosecutors do, to back a witness into a corner and get them to say something that they wouldn't ordinarily have said. I do wonder whether the paralegal will have the opportunity to object to anything. But the prosecutors are very crafty in this way. They have a way of maybe even using your own words against you.
So that's hypothetical. What if she testifies? She's getting cross-exam from Trina. She's up there and she can't, as the witness, can she object?
As far as I know,
that would, I think, her but then your counsel is just your counsel. They're not your acting attorneys. So who can object on your behalf? Can you object on your own behalf?
Yeah,
I object to that question.
My understanding is you could do that. But as we've seen in this trial, she's had maybe by my count, 3-4 objections. And I believe only one of them was sustained. I could be wrong. It's not much different than that. So at some point, if she were, would she just turn to Judge Boreski and almost ask, can I object to that? How much is he going to just let it roll? And kind of keep, I just don't think Trina would go off the rails. She doesn't strike me as that kind of prosecutor. So
I'm already thinking about the next trial now, because now I'm thinking about, you have a victim that's survived. Brandon Boudreaux is going to testify.
Who tried to be in this trial. He tried the first day, he tried to be in the courtroom.
Yeah. Brandon Boudreaux is going to testify. The state's going to question him about his trauma and what happened on October 2nd, 2019. And then Lori's going to get to cross-examine him. And so you have all these opportunities for, just like with Adam and Lori and Kay, these opportunities for the face-off, the reunion, the very awkward and bizarre reunion. So, but that's a trial for June. Right now, we got to get through the end of this case as the state expects to rest on Thursday. We'll see. Maybe it's earlier, but 3 more witnesses. You guys, I appreciate you. 2,700 people still watching. Early day, we're usually still going, but tomorrow we've got a normal schedule, 10:30 to 4:30, and 3 more witnesses left to call. So we could see that wrap up tomorrow, but with Lori Vallow's cross-examination, yeah, definitely Thursday could be the day, and then we'll see what she does as her defense. It has been, I can't believe it's been 1 week. Just 1 week.
Yeah, it does feel like, we were in here all last week. We're in here for the first 2 days.
Yeah.
I mean, we'll be 2 weeks in this room.
And it's 4 full days.
I know.
Like,
I know.
so it's not even Monday through Friday, but that just shows the pace that the state has been going at, with 21 witnesses just getting through. And obviously, like we've talked about, the lack of experience by Lori Vallow Daybell to object when maybe she could object, but really how much time could that chew up? I don't know. I thought that because of her lack of experience, this would take much longer. But we've seen more of the hiccups, obviously the bumps in the road with cross-exam when Judge Bereski is talking to her about her line of questioning. Time and again, it's happened many times now. So,
Well, and Lori may have no witnesses, even beside herself, may have zero witnesses. The court obviously wanted to give her time in case she did, and the cross-examination on those witnesses would have lasted another week, or 2 weeks. So
yeah. Okay, all of you stay with us because On the Record will be streaming tonight. We'll recap day 6, and we'll see you early tomorrow morning for the Doomsday Murder trial. See you then.